Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. Right hand to Shakur. Meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically what you're saying is, Floyd, get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying, when you get older, do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had a heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I don't think about it. It's more up here than.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell rings, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Rescue Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
What's good? What's good? What's going on with the family? Man, I hope y'all all enjoyed y'all weekend, 4th of July weekend. Because y'all know we are back to build on this boxing. And y'all, as always, it's a lot to get to. It's a lot to talk about. We gonna get to all of it, man. Good card, man. Good card, but what's a good boxing card without some controversy, right? Controversy sells, man. Everybody like some good old controversy, man. And our guy Abdullah Mason went out there and he had a real interesting fight, man. I believe he had to dig deep to get this win on Saturday. End up getting a 12th round stoppage, but left a lot of people talking, man, and I get it. Good fight overall, man. The card was solid to me. I ain't complaining too much, but the stoppage, it was what it was. I think he would have gotten him anyway, but it's still tough to go out like that, especially being an undefeated guy. You would think he would be allowed the opportunity to get up. And it was a bit of a push down a little bit too. So it was kind of crazy to see that, he just ended the fight so easily. And, a lot of people was walking away saying that the referee was winking his eye and, he winked after he stopped the fight. I don't know, man. That stuff like that just don't look right. But it seemed like they just didn't get much of a the referee just didn't get much of an opportunity to get up and try to resume the fight. I know it was some reports. I seen people reporting that his nose is broken. I mean, I didn't see Albert Bell mention that, so I'm not sure. Now I know people are known to report injuries. They just make stuff up. But his nose was busted up pretty good. I didn't see an official report whether or not his nose is broke, but Abdullah Mason bit down like a young champion, man. He had to dig deep because that fight definitely wasn't going in his favor early, in my opinion. Everybody sees different things. For me, I seen him getting tested. The youngin was getting tested, and very early, Albert Bell found his range. He was more efficient. He was landing some clean punches, man. He was boxing. He gave the youngin some issues, man. He really did. He had to figure some stuff out. And credit to Abdullah for going to the body and staying on top of it and just pressing through, man. Like he could have got frustrated, gave up. And I think it was times where he did get frustrated, but he didn't let it deter him and stop him from trying to get that win. He kept pressing. And credit to Abdullah's dad, man, for giving the instructions in the corner spot on. I was able to go back and hear some of the instruction he was giving, man. Hey, man, that's why you having a strong corner is important, man. Knowing your fighter is important. He gave the right instructions, told him how to do it, what to do, when to do it. You get me? And it was just up to Abdullah Mason to capitalize, go out there and get it. And they had a couple of good moments out there, man. But credit to him for sure. But look, man, he wasn't winning the fight early. After 6 rounds, to me, he was down on the cards. I'm not arguing with nobody with what they say. I'm just telling you what I've seen. And I seen a guy arguably down 5 rounds to 1 after 6. But like I said, credit to Abdullah, man. He changed the tide. Albert Bell slowed down. He looked like he gassed a bit. I think you could attribute some of that to the 10 months he's been off. You could attribute that to the fact that he's never been 12 rounds. You could attribute that to the excellent body work that Abdullah Mason was doing that was effective. He ain't just slow down all by itself. So I want to make sure I'm just touching on all factors, right? It was a combination of things, right? Albert Bell was having to fight him off, man, tussle a little bit in there. It was, it was physical at times, right? But for the most part, it was a boxing match. And like I said, Albert Bell showed for that first half of the fight, he made me feel like, hey, man, this is why people don't want to fight him. But after about 6, it changed and it stayed that way. His output dropped, and Abdullah Mason kept pressing until he pressed that button, man, and he got what was ruled a knockdown early in the 12th round. And they ultimately didn't let Albert Bell get up or try to even recover from it, which was weird. But it's boxing. But we're going to talk about it. It's a lot to talk about because, people are asking, is he elite? Is he ready for the elite, Abdullah Mason, after this? I seen some people saying, he beats Tank Davis and Shakur right now. Finally, they enter Tank into the party, right? But they say he beats both of them right now. So it's a conversation that needs to be had, man. And I get it. It's just nothing to not like about Abdullah as far as personality, energy, aura, the upbringing. It's a lot to salute and support there, right? It's a lot of substance there. So I know people tend to give him a lot more grace than they get these other fighters. But I after watching the fight Saturday night, the last thing I get from walking away from the fight is that he's ready for those kind of guys right now. Now, ready is an interesting word because he has a title. So, you're a champion. You're ready for other champions, right? So I don't think if he's ready is the question. Are they going to move him the way the fans expect him to be moved or the way the fans are saying he need to be moved? Absolutely not. It's a really good chance that he fights Joe Cordina after this. Get what I'm saying? Like they still building, they still molding. Like you definitely see that this man is clearly building still, right? He's still growing as a fighter. They don't have to rush him. He's 22 years old. Just fought a guy with 28 fights, man. Defended his title at home. He's doing really well, man. But I think that's why I'm glad that the way these guys' careers get moved is not up to the fans, because, man, these dudes would crash and burn if it was up to the fans, man. They'd crash and burn. I swear, everybody crash and burn. If it was up to the fans, bro, they'd crash and burn. They be wanting to throw these dudes in all types of fire. Let me say what's up to my fam real quick, man. We're going to get back to this. Marcus, my dog, was good with it. Damaris in the building. Jordan was good with it, family. Don't work too hard on the mind. George teach what to do. He broke his nose and he couldn't breathe right. Okay, bet. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, bro. He did get his nose broke up pretty good. Dude was the MVP of the fight for sure, because he told his son his dad, right? He told him exactly what to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to radio. Anybody else having a problem with the sound? I don't know why Malcolm's saying sound. J.A. was good, homie. Sound like everybody else hearing me. It might be on your end, fam. Might be on your end, Malcolm. You might need to come out, come back in, or close YouTube out, open it back up. You know, the regulars. So you can definitely see where Mason was still green. I feel like he was losing to the second half of the fight. Hey, I'm right there with you, bro. At the 6 rounds, I had it like 5-1 for Bell. But from that point on, 7th round on, Abdullah Mason turned the tide, man, and he pressed Albert Bell out, and it was a combination of things. Like I said, he did some real good body work early. He was consistent, but you know what some of the criticisms that I had for him early was the things that I think got him in trouble. That real wide stance that he had a really wide stance, man. I know it looked exceptionally wide last night, and it was causing him problems, man. That's why I believe he was getting hit, and he got a tendency to like load up, and he throws everything hard. Every punch got to be a fastball with Abdullah Mason, and that's something that I know they're going to continue to work on, because he's young. He got time. He got plenty of time to grow, but you can see the areas where you need improvement, and you can see some of the reasons why he was being outboxed early. He just was, right? He had to figure it out. That's the most inefficient half of a fight that I've ever seen him fight, right? He was getting shots off here or there, but ultimately it just wasn't the same level of efficiency that we used to seeing Abdullah Mason with, right? So with that, man, I think he'll grow from this fight. I think he'll learn a lot, mainly because he's young and still growing. But I think he has the right corner, man. He got the right support system, the right backing to like put him in position to coach him up and teach him the things, tighten up on some things. But you know, I think just like any fighter, man, they're gonna be flawed. He gonna always have flaws, just like any fighter. But he can tighten up defensively, and you know, as great as his offense look right now, as you know, as dangerous as he look, right? He still could dial it back a bit in terms of like, you know, changing the speed on his punches, staying behind the jab, right? He was working the body well, but it's some little things there that he could tweak. But as of he said, yeah, to sound good. Appreciate you, bro. Orlando said, I agree with that. His wide power stance. Yeah, that wide power stance was crazy. Say you'd like to see a rematch. Oh, no. The last 2 fights, last 2 opponents. Somebody else said that too. We're going to get into that. It's a clip. We're going to get into that. Haven Brady spoke about it. Shout out to the homie, my dog, Blunt. What's good with it, Blunt? Yeah, it's all honest, constructive criticism. And that's constructive criticism for anybody on the card. We ain't doing no slander, no bashing. Abdullah Mason, he showed a lot of determination, grit, man, and that's mental toughness to me. When a fight is not going your way and it's not going how it typically go, and you still figure it out, that's what he was able to do. That's why I respect it. I like what I seen from him. You know what I'm saying? But early he had me a little worried. I was like, hey, man, Bell is beating you to the punch. He catching you with the right hands. His combinations was landing because he was more fluid. Abdullah was more tight because he loads up and he throws everything hard. He throws everything like a fastball, and that sometimes could get you in trouble. So I think that was working against him early. But one thing that was working in his favor was them body shots. Them body shots was working in his favor. Fan was working that body. He was getting to that body. He was touching it. And ultimately, it slowed Albert Bell down, man. And his punch output dwindled. It dropped significantly. And he just was like I want to say survival mode, but it was more like get off me kind of punches. It wasn't like the first 5-6 rounds where we in here, I'm fighting, you fighting, we fighting, like we boxing, we fighting. When we boxing, we boxing. When we fighting, we fighting. That second half, it was like, man, I'm surviving. Get up off me kind of punches. And that's just not going to do it. You're not going to keep no dog up off you with some, stay up off me kind of punches where you ain't putting nothing behind them. You needed a lot more on your shots. You know what I'm saying? And you needed a lot more activity. But look, credit to Abdullah. Like I said, that body work, man, staying on it. But Albert Bell, 10-month layoff, being 33 years old, first title shot due to a technicality. You had a full training camp, but just a short time to prepare for him. But he had the same time to prepare for you. So it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It was a good fight. But Abdullah Mason, it became a war of attrition in that second half, and Abdullah outlasted him. That's why it goes to show you, man, having a gas tank for 12, possibly even 15 rounds is necessary in boxing, bro. I'm telling you, you will get beat. Like the worst thing, and you heard it from Bud Crawford, bro. He lost before because he was out of shape. You get what I'm saying? He said that was one of the worst feelings in the world. He wanted to make sure that he had never feel that again. Somebody gonna beat him is gonna be because they better than him, not because he out of shape. And I'm not saying Bell was out of shape, but with a 10-month layoff and never going 12 rounds, being hit to the body early, that's a recipe. 33 years old, all those things like that. You find a young lion that you got to keep off you. All those things is recipe for you to slow down in the back end of the fight, and that's what happened. You get what I'm saying? That's what happened. So, man, tough. But he said something about he made a post too. And before I get to the clips, man, I think he had made a post, Albert Bell. I ain't even put it up here, but he said something. He made a public post. Let me see. Where is this joint at? Albert Bell said he ain't sound like he ain't making no excuses though. What he say? First and foremost, I want to say all praise to God. He said, I'm healthy and safe. We lose how we win with humility, class, and grace. He said, I took a risk, and tonight it didn't go in my favor. That's sometimes how it goes. That's the only thing I'm salty about is the ref didn't let me finish the fight on my shield in the 12th and final round. While some had me up on the cards, but it is what it is. Won't make excuses with the shoulda, couldas, and wouldas because hindsight will forever be 2020. Tip my hat to Abdullah Mason and his team. He a bad boy, but I ain't too bad myself, especially not for 12-day camp. LOL, but time to get all the way right. You get what I'm saying? Time to get all the way right. Elevation requires separation. I got to get back to living this shit how I used to. For the ones who was against me, y'all help push me. And for the ones who support me, I love you and dearly, and I apologize for letting you down. I will regroup, refocus, and come back better than what I showed tonight. Love always, AB. Now, look, that's how you take a loss, man. That's how you take your loss, how you take your wins. I respect it, I respect it. But I just, when I hear you say, when I hear a fighter say they got to get back to living this how they used to, that's a sign that maybe you ain't been crossing all your T's and dotting all your I's. Now, that I'm not going to say that that's the excuse for it, but ultimately that could be the separation in these kind of fights right here. Not living it right, and we just going off of his words, not living right or not being all the way delved in. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? That could have been the reason why you was blowing a gasket about round 7, man. You look like you was on fumes a little bit, man. You was fighting to survive. It was rough out there for you, fam. So maybe you got to get back to it all the way, But shout out to Abdullah Mason, youngin was ready, man. He wanted that win. Man, I seen the frustration on his face. I seen him switch up a little bit, start like letting Bell press forward. He had to figure some stuff out, man. And credit to his dad for keeping a cool head. He was going in, but he kept a cool head. He was giving the right instruction, man. And that's just what you want to see. Yeah, he definitely ran out of gas. He ran out of gas, man. Great fight overall. Fact. Shout out to the plug, L Boxing. What's good, family? How you feeling? Kyle Cool Blessings, fam. Mo. Wonder how PBC will move better now after the loss. Good question, especially a knockout loss, right? And they probably thought he could win that fight, which I could understand why, but it's a good question, Doug. Good question. But yeah, man, shout out to Albert Bell. He didn't make no excuses. He got his nose broke. And look, again, big shout out to everybody that rocked out with me Saturday. We did about 11 hours, y'all. We did about 11 hours on the back-to-back stream. Shout out to y'all, man, because y'all spent y'all day with me. Y'all spent half the 4th of July with your boy. He was up here. He was up here like some damn junkies. Fight ain't go off to what? Damn near 1 in the morning, 12 something almost. Something like that. But yeah, man, constructive criticism is all I'm giving out. I'm doing no bashing. Y'all know we don't do that here anyway. But Abdullah Mason, best thing he did, I think, was stay committed, didn't give up, had his dad in the corner, and the body work. The body work. You know what I'm saying? But y'all, I'm gonna play the clip from Abdullah Mason. He says something, and shout out to Dub because you sent it to me and pointed it out. Something he said about fighting his friend. See? And this is again, y'all, when they be like, ain't no brothers in boxing, ain't no this and that. I get it. But I don't want to see people that got relationships and like, emotional attachments to guys. Those are not the two people I want to see fight. I want to see people fight that when they're in the ring, they ain't got to have no regard for the guy on the other side. They going to go out there and do exactly what they do. But Abdullah Mason looked like he held back, or it sounds like from what he said out his own mouth, that he held back a little bit. Hey, man, he stalled Albert Bell out. Let me find out. Abdullah stalled Bell out, something, man. He stalled him out. Shout out to the Queen, Lisa. How you feeling today? Always good to see you. Credits sticking to the body, absolutely. Hey, Beezy. Me and my girl was watching. Shout out to my dog. He said we caught the scooter fight. Now she want me to teach her how to box. I love it, man. Shout out to your girl, ABZ. That's dope, man. And Mike Massick, my brother. What's good, family? Samuel, my dog. What's good, bro? Shout out to y'all, man, because y'all spent damn near a day with me, man. That was fun. That was fun. We had a fun night in boxing, man. Say he ain't hold back. Bell was catching that ass with that right. I feel you, Boxing Edge, but we're gonna go off of right what he said, bro. Bro said it. What he said. Hold on, y'all. Let me get to it. Where that little clip out of him, man, where he was talking about it. I think this was it here.
I mean, if it was anybody else, that fight would have been over in 8, 7, 8, 9. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen a lot of shots that I hated the thought of him replaying the fight and seeing him getting cracked by those shots just because, how much love we got for him. But,
it'll work.
You got to make it happen. He's a opponent inside the ring for me. Much respect to him. I'm glad he came out healthy. I came out healthy. We both, I felt like I put him in a great position with this fight. There was a lot of eyes on it. Boxing world watched it. And we did our thing, so I respect him. I'm going to go out over there, probably chill with him sometime, have some more conversations, and, we're going to do our thing.
How much maturity?
Hey, man. So, look, I get it. It's people that's like, look, man, he was out there trying to knock his head off. I get it because he was, loading up and throwing everything hard. But how could I argue with what he said, right? I can't argue with it. He ain't have to say that. He could have said, yeah, man, I was trying to knock his head off and this and that. Obviously, he was, right? We get it, but you get it. Like, it's okay. Like, hey, man, he said certain shots, man. He didn't want to seem like that. You get me? So make of it what you will. Very interesting, though. But like I said before, what he just said is something very similar to what Big Baby Miller said when he got out the ring. He got emotional about it. Like, dudes would rather fight guys that they don't have these emotional attachments to. And like Dub said, look, he was trying to nail Noakes to the cross, man, but he couldn't. Noakes tough as hell. Albert Bell was slick, smart early, fizzled down the stretch, but that's what the man said, man. He said certain shots he just didn't want to He couldn't see him, cracking him upside the head. Like, one more time.
I mean, if it was anybody else, that fight would have been over in 8, 7, 8, 9. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen a lot of shots that I hated the thought of him just replaying the fight and seeing him getting cracked by those shots just because, you know, how much love we got for him. But,
it'll work.
You know, you got to make it happen. He's a opponent inside the ring for me. Much respect to him. I'm glad he came out healthy. I came out healthy. We both, you know, I felt like I put him in a great position with this fight. You know, there was a lot of eyes on it. Boxing world watched it. And we did our thing, so I respect him. I'm going to go out over there, probably chill with him sometime, have some more conversations, and, you know, we're going to do our thing.
How much maturity?
I do know this, though. This is what I do know. If that was a certain, it's a certain group or handful of fighters that had they said that, that's all that people would be talking about today. Oh man, he held back, man. He didn't. But see, because they love Abdullah Mason, they won't give it the same energy. I don't do that no way. But he said what he said. Like I said, man, for me, I want to see guys fight that didn't grow up together, that don't got emotional attachments together with each other, and you know what I mean, ain't gotta have no real regard for you. Go out there and beat your ass, right? Like they do anybody else. Get what I'm saying? But that's a prime example of that right there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Saint. He also said in the ring after the fight, he mentioned something about not sending a lot of shots up top. That's but he concentrated on that body, especially early, man. So it sound believable to me. See what it do, homie? I think the Mason stopper was kind of shaky. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Radio was good. What he say? He needs the Benavidez, that pity pat, then explode. Change the speed on them punches. Mike Ron, what it do? That's one thing that I critiqued always since watching him. You know, he throw everything hard, but he probably trained that way. He is an aggressive guy. I don't knock it. I like it too, but I just know against the elite level, the upper echelon of boxing, those guys will pick up on that. And I ain't even got to get into the names. I'll just say that elite, top tier, top level. You can't throw everything hard at the world-class guys, bro. You can't. And credit to Albert Bell for finally getting his title shot. Hopefully he can work himself back into getting another one. But at 33 years old, I know it's going to be tough. You get what I'm saying? I know it's going to be tough. Shout out to Mike Ron. Use this fight to improve on the things, yeah, that people been saying. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Mason, and I believe in him because he's young. I think he's coachable. He got the right corner, man. His dad, shout out to him, man. Double salute to Pops. He was on point, man. I got to find that clip when they was in the corner. He was like, I got to stop him. And his dad was going in. I got to find the clip. Yeah, Rolando, it won't. I mean, look, they putting him against Core already. They say he beats Shakur and Tank right now. And I'm going to just let him have it. But we just going to try to get his man as much credit as we possibly can. Big shout out to the Queen Lisa, always supporting the grind in the Cash App in a huge way. She said, your grind is unmatched. Your support is unmatched. Shout out to Lisa, always holding your boy down. Shout out to the Queen.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
I gotta find that clip, man. Pops was on it, man. Pops was going in. I don't think I got it. I don't think I put it up here. He's like, we need to stop him, man. Yeah, man. They say he beats. He said after watching him Saturday night, Blunt, he beats Tank and Core right now. I mean, I don't even think that far ahead because for one, I know the fight not happening. Like I literally low key was just listening in to a show in the shadows. Shh, don't tell nobody. I be in the cut, y'all. I be in the cut. I got good intentions, but I be in the cut. I was literally listening to somebody complain that Shakur Stevenson was telling Mason it's a little too early for him, as if that's a way to like duck him or something. You cannot make this shit up. But who was the guy waiting in the locker room after Abdullah Mason got dropped twice in a fight with a guy that we all know if he drops any of these elite guys that we compare saying Mason is on par with, they get crucified with? Who was the guy in the back giving them the advice? Trying to give them game. You get what I'm saying? And I said this before. People, y'all got to use y'all heads, man. He signed to Jay Prince, and he signed to Jay Prince after Shakur. So I don't want to hear Shakur fault why they can't fight and why they won't fight. You think he looking to put the two in there together? When Keyshawn Davis was saying something about Abdullah Mason, what did it sound like Jay Prince said? Do it sound like he trying to put his fighters up against each other? So kill it. I know it. You speculate. You can give him all the fantasy wins you want to give him, but at the end of the day, that man's still growing. He building. I like what I see from Mason. And when he get to those fights and get to that top tier, then we'll revisit it. But right now, I just like what he doing. He shows some growth in some areas, man. This shit could have went south for him, and he didn't allow it to. He didn't allow it. Him nor Pops was beat. They wasn't about to let this fight go south for him. You know what I'm saying? He'll become a gatekeeper. I don't know if he'd get another shot. I hope. It took a long time for him to get this one. Man, C Wood, my dog, says Shakur embarrassed Mason. I just think it's an IQ thing, and he's inexperienced in some areas where Shakur is very, very sound in. And I think overall he could win a fight like that. I get it. Offensively, they like Mason's a handful, and he is. But you can't get in front of a guy, in my opinion, with the best defense in boxing and think you're just gonna throw a bunch of fastballs. And nah, bro, you're gonna have to change that shit up. And you can't just tell me that he's gonna change. If he was fighting him, he'll just change it up on the night. He hasn't done it yet. He fights that way every single fight. And that what was working against him. Albert Bell was seeing those punches coming from a mile. He was slipping them not because Abdullah Mason is slow, but because you're loading up. You get what I'm saying? He don't disguise the power, right? He don't change the speed on the punches yet. And I'm not knocking him for that. He's 22 years old. Very young, but go ahead. Force him, throw him in there with the absolute best of the best. Go ahead. If they thinking about putting him in there with Cordina next, there's no way we should even be talking about unifications right now. We skipping steps, but go ahead. Throw him in there. Throw him in the shark-infested waters because you are super impressed with his offense. And you're going to forget that some of these guys got a lot more than just offense, fam. You got some things from an experience standpoint that he just ain't quite mastered just yet. And I don't expect him to because he's young. And you got to think, when you do something and it's always working, you don't really have the incentive to switch that up. So, he's had a couple of fights where, he still has success, but maybe he has a reason to switch up the approach just slightly, dial it back a bit, slow the pace of a fight down, pick your shots better, change the speed, disguise the punches that you're throwing instead of just throwing everything super hard. You get what I'm saying? That shit is not going to work for you down the stretch of your career, in my opinion. Official, everything. My dog was good with it. I appreciate the love, family, always supporting the grind, man. So I didn't enjoy this fight like that, Just. He said he was holding back. Bell was stiff and standing up straight in the clinches. I'm going to just leave it there. What up, Just? Hey, look, official. He said it. He said he held back. He said it. I ain't arguing with nobody. I get it. Y'all feel like he was out there trying to kill him. I get it, y'all. But he said he held back on some shots because he didn't want to replay the fight and see him get hit with certain shots like that because of the love he had for him. That's what Abdullah Mason said. To me, there's no reason to add that to lie just for no reason. And I don't think he's saying for the whole fight that's what it was, but I just think that was in the back of his mind. Like maybe he's saying certain shots he clearly could have pulled the trigger on and he probably would have landed more than likely. But, he held back a little bit because he didn't want to hurt him real bad. That's what he said. That's just what he put out there. That's what he put out there. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to the youngin' because he got that done, man. I had nothing like negative to say. I like the fact that he didn't give up. I seen him start sticking out his tongue, took a couple steps back. He stretched out his arms, shook out his arms. I was like, yeah, a little frustrated because this fight ain't going the way all his other fights go. So he got to figure something else out. He had to figure it out and go to a plan B. Now, some would say he went to a plan B. Some people would say he did. Get what I'm saying?
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to the homie L-Dub, man. He always, you feel me? Pooh was good. Get the title shot off a loss, so Bell will be okay. I hope so. At 33, I hope so. Because think about it, fam. He just got his title shot off a technicality off Joe Cordina not having visa issues, and then having that fade at the gas station. Earth Angel, peace, Quay. How you feeling? He growing to be elite, cool, and fake the fight. He gains nothing. Oh, take the fight. Yeah. Yeah, not right now. I don't think they, with them being under the same management, it's gonna be tough to see it. That fighter had to make a lot of money and be something where neither guy could turn it down, in my opinion, for them to want to go out of the scope of what they're already doing and put them in the ring with each other. Hey man, I'm telling you, he overly aggressive, bro. Shakur likes shit like that, man. Hey, eat. Shout out to Mike Ron. They got Errol in trouble, yeah. So should we give Xander the same grace because he's young? Absolutely, Boxing Edge. Absolutely. Absolutely, you give Xander the same grace. Absolutely. If anything, you can give him a little more. He went out like a dog. Xander really, he that's why you ain't hear me say nothing bad about Xander neither. Man, I know he's gonna be back, and I think he'll do well at 160. Absolutely, we should give Xander the same grace. He's young. He fought one of the best talents in boxing. And shout out to Bell. He fought one of the best young fighters in boxing. The youngest champion he fought. That's a hell of a first title shot. You get me, to have to go up against a damn Dula Mason. So, and dog was good with it. Go ahead, he gonna be missing all night, and they gonna say Shakur be the green champion. You know what they gonna do. Wouldn't be surprised if Cordina gets a little tune up in the UK soon. He won't have a wasted camp. Cool, that's good. Mason and Vargas, I know they won't do that. Seen the main corner looking like it's on the brink of tears. He didn't want to fight him. That's my guy. Yeah. Earth Angel, this shit real, man. Xander showed a lot, man. He showed a ton of heart. But yeah, let's keep building. We're gonna build on this card and this fight for a minute. They say with PBC now, Pooh. They said PBC picked him up before the fight. I think my guy Dub told me that.
All right, see, we need to start holding these referees accountable. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was disgusting. That was not a knockdown. He pushed him down. You know what I mean? And before I even finish, I'm a huge Abdullah Mason fan. You know what I mean? So this is not no knock on Abdullah Mason, but more so a knock on that referee. Like, this is a championship fight. You just stole this opportunity from this man, Albert Bell, who on some people's card might have been up. You know what I'm saying? And you stripped him of that opportunity by stopping that fight like that without even counting. He didn't take a big shot and get put down, his eyes roll behind his head, nothing like that. He just got hit with a shot and held on and then got pushed down. Instead of following protocol and, getting him up, wiping his gloves off, getting him up, make sure he's all right, tell him it's a push down, you just waved him off. That's crazy. This is exactly what I be talking about when I be talking about the business and the corruption and the BS and the politics of boxing. Abdullah was the A side. They had to make sure he got out of there with that championship still, no matter what. Referee should be ashamed of himself. And then to add insult to injury, he gonna get a little wink at somebody after he did that. Like
nah, fam.
He winked at somebody like, yeah, I did. I mean, I did what you told me to do. Like, it was crazy.
Diabolical.
I know I can't be the only person that's seen that.
His parlay just hit.
Anyway, this is disgusting, man. Another black eye in boxing.
Hit. Oh man, bro. Parlay hit. He said, yes, sir. Got him. He bet the stoppage 9 through 12 or something with his parlay hit. Nah, that wink was wild. You just and look, I love a good conspiracy. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, but I ain't gonna stretch it farther than what we see there. All I'm saying is the timing of it, especially when it's a fight that we like, huh? And then it's just so soon. So it's like, we catch everything. We be looking for shit. It's like, hold on, we caught him winking. Remember, everybody kept telling me like, yo, he winked. Yo, Jusko, you gotta watch it. Yo, the ref winked. And then you see Buddy like, yes, sir, the parlay hit. Parlay hit. Buddy was like, yes, sir. Little winky wink. But nah, overall though, Dula Mason stayed. He stayed the course. I truly respect that, man. Like I said, he stayed down. I'm gonna find the clip in a second with him and his dad, the moment they had over there in the corner. But just looking at it, being questionable, and then you hugging him and then winking at the same time, it looks funny. Like, I don't know what you could be winking at, sir. good sir. Like, you cost the man the opportunity. And like he said, he could have been up on some people's cards. That was a really good fight. You know what I'm saying? And why I'm saying it's a really good fight, because it was a tale of two halves. First half was one way and the second half went another. Credit to Abdullah, but the ref said, yeah, we getting this parlay. Ref seeing 2 knockdowns, he just called it. Ref was like, get him out of there. So he need to be investigated. Man, at least that wink look a little crazy. That's me. What's good? Abdullah started whooping that man ass. Now, after round 6, I think he started getting to him a lot more. Alan Chavez is going to be a problem. I got to check him out if I ain't already seen him. So I knocked down again. I agree with the call. He got knocked down once, and the second time he got hit with a shot. He was about to fall and clinched. I feel you, Teach. See, this is the beautiful thing about this platform. We could all see different stuff. I won't argue about what they seen. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I thought it was a little premature. Like bro was explaining in the video, it's not like he got hit with some crazy big shot, eyes rolled in the back of his head. But I do think Abdullah would have gotten the stoppage anyway, because Albert Bell said he admitted to his nose being broke, right, and having trouble breathing. And I think that's a recipe for disaster. So if anything, he protected Albert Bell, which referees are supposed to do, just being real. And he might have took the moment from Abdullah Mason, but if it's a 1 punch too early rather than a 1 punch too late situation, I'm cool with it. You know what I mean? I'm not overly crying. I do think he would have finished the fight, though, had he got up. I think Mason would have possibly stopped him, and it would have been worse. And maybe they just didn't want to see that. You know what I mean? Maybe the ref didn't want to see it. He did. The second knockdown looked like a little push down a bit, but I ain't tripping, bro. I ain't tripping. But I don't, in a big fight like that, undefeated guy, you got to give him a chance to get up. You know what I'm saying? I think you give him a chance to get up. They're the open scoring, that stoppage. When I looked that bad, I had a 6'5" Mason going into the 12th. I think that's fair, bro. I think that's fair, Dub. I think that's fair. You know what I'm saying? Shitty rematch since the other champs unavailable, and the PBC got Russell for Bell at 40. Good question, fam. Good question. Nose was broke. It's another story. Yeah. I think he said his nose was broke. I'm trying to see a body like little bro and boys of the hood. Yeah, but it's not so much. I don't think he would have got body, but I think he would have got stopped though. I think Abdullah would have closed the show officially. Alan Chavez. Oh yeah, I did see. He's related. Ain't he related? Is he related to Diego? You talking about Diego's cousin? Ain't that Diego Chavez's cousin or something? Remember, he just laid out Miguel Mudueno. Yeah, on Big Baby Miller card. He's the Chavez. He related to Chavez. The Chavez that fought Keith Thurman, right? Shout out to Rich. What's good with it, Rich? My dog, the first drop, man. In the 12th, blood poured on the mat. Yeah, that nose, Herb Angel. And it could have been that too. So, like, that's what I like the conversation. I understand people that feel like it was a little too soon. I'm one of those people, but I'm not crying like conspiracy, right? But winking that eye was bogus. I'm sticking with that. I don't know what it meant. There's no way I could his little bro. Okay. Now my bad. His bro, not his cousin's bro. Bet. I remember Chavez. Hey man, he punching, Dub. He punching too. He punching. But yeah, man. Shout out to the ref. He could have saved Albert Bell from more punishment. His nose was compromised and broke. But the wink is diabolical, y'all. Like I said, I'm never letting that go. He winked. That was wild. He mess around saying fight notes on the 7 versus 7. Man, that'd be dope. The ref probably saw his nose pouring. He could have. You know what I'm saying? He could have seen it. You know what I'm saying? He could have seen it. But even Bell wanted to go out on the shield. You know what I'm saying? Even Bell said, man, he took it from me. But hold on. Let me get to the I gotta get to the clip in the corner from Pops. Pops was on that, man. Hold on, let me pull this joint up, y'all. Roger was good. He said Ruiz finally coming back. You excited? I don't give a damn. I ain't no big Ruiz guy. He cool, but they'll need that rematch. In one of his next 2 fights, he was gassed before the 7th round. Need bro to take a tune-up and get back in the ring with Dula. Not being hit for real in 10 months is crazy. Yeah, And then jumping in there with a guy like Abdullah Mason, like it's gonna be tough. It's a tough, and then your first 12 rounder. And then look, yo, he says something else too, bro. He says something about getting back to living the lifestyle all the way. Getting back to living the lifestyle all the way. You get what I'm saying? Says something about getting back to living the lifestyle. So or living the life. I don't want to add no words to it. He said something about getting back to living a life. So that could be an indication that he ain't no excuse, but you're not if the fight becomes a war. If the fight becomes a war of attrition and you ain't been living right and you had 10 months off and little things like that, you know what I mean? That should get impact the outcome of the fight. You know what I mean? That's the difference of making it 12 rounds punching and making it 12 rounds and getting punched on and then getting stopped. You know what I mean? Early in the 12. So it was crazy. Renee Box Young, my brother. What's good, bro? How you been, man? Good to see you, family. My guy Pops grabbed his face like, what you say? Yeah, like, look, let's get to this. This the classic clip. This is why I rock with Pops. Shout out to Pops, man. Shout out to Team Mason, man. Hey, man, they got a real one in their corner, man. Look.
Yeah. Up and down. Let's go. No, you're good. What you say? No, you're good. Fucking go bananas, bro. That time I said that's God damn it. All you gotta do is change your level. Look. No matter how tired you are in the last round, you usually get a burst of energy, and the energy is coming from Mason. That is a knockdown. Chris Mannix has the challenger up by a point. Another left on the temple, and he goes down. Will they call that a knockdown? That should be a knockdown, guys. And they're stopping the fight. They're stopping it. Oh, my word.
I ain't gonna lie, that stoppage was wild, fam. That stoppage was wild. I get it, but that stoppage was wild. Should have let bro scrap it out, man. You know what I'm saying? He at home too. Let him steal his thunder. Let him finish that fight out, man. You know? Pops was like, what? Pops. Hey, Irv Angel, Pops wasn't beat. Pops was on it. Pops was on that. He was like, what you say? We gotta stop him. I say we gotta stop him. Man, Pops wasn't going, man. So I knew it. He just rammed him into the ropes and then called him right. You had to ask that question if Bell wasn't his friend. That's true too. That's true, Doug. I agree with that. He asked him, do you want me to stop him? His father went off. Right. Yeah, right. You want me to stop him? You gotta stop him. And Pops said they was losing. Pop said they was losing too. You know what I'm saying? Pop said, go bananas. Yeah, he like, go get his ass, man. Pops wasn't having it, yo. Pops wasn't going, fam. Pops was like, we ain't come this far to just come this far, damn it. You gonna kick his ass like I showed you. Like I showed you how like we trained to do, damn it. Kick his ass like we trained, you know what I'm saying? The Abdullah fans were more excited than Usyk fans were. That's crazy. That's funny, man. That is funny. Abdullah Pops was on that, wasn't he? Pops was like, man, look.
Yeah. Up and down. Let's go. No, you're good. What you say? No, you're good. Fucking go bananas, bro. That time I said that's God damn it. All you gotta do is change your level. Look.
Yeah. Pops was bugging out, didn't he? Sometimes it takes to get your fighter in line. Hell yeah, man. So, hell yeah, bro. Listen, Pops was on that. Pops was on that, man. Shout out to him, man. He said everything right, man. He was guiding that man to victory throughout this fight, bro. And big shout out to Abdullah brothers. They both went out there and did their things. Both of them went out there and got wins. One of them got a knockout. One of them got a decision. The Mason brothers went 3-0 on the card, man. Hell yeah. That's me. That's what slowed him down, bro. That's what slowed him down. The body shots. That's why by the time he got to round 7, yeah, he looked spent. Abdullah was staying on that body. He was staying on that body. And his dad staying on him to make sure he executed the right way. Smart. Son of God, my dog was good, family. How you feeling, bro? Corner shows beautiful moments. Yeah, man. Love it, man. Shout out to Albert Bell, though. He fought a hell of a first half of the fight. For that to be your first 12-rounder, man, you fought a good 6 rounds, fam. Good 6 rounds. About 7 in, 7 on, it got rough for you, fam. Got rough. Punch out, you can't be in there. You can't be in there blowing on fumes, fam. You gonna get stopped. You know what I'm saying? Lucky you'll get stopped like that more times than you won't. You know what I'm saying? More times than not. Hold on, y'all. But everybody don't just like to give credit, right? Y'all do know everybody don't like to give credit. So let me play the clip for y'all. Let me rage bait y'all all real quick. Yeah, I'm learning a little terminologies. Let me rage bait the chat real fast with a clip from one of the biggest haters in boxing.
Yo, congratulations, Albert Bell. Congratulations. I want to shout you out. Because no crap on you. Knowing that you don't got all that power, with only 9 knockouts, knowing that you was out of the ring almost like a year, the fact that you turned around and won that title, because you was winning that, no matter how they was bullcrapping on the scorecards, no matter how rigged boxing is, you deserve your kudos because you performed good, Albert Bell. So keep your head up. We know they robbed you. We already know. Good job, young man. And for those comparing Abdullah the Kid, man, y'all better stop playing with us. Stop playing. Congratulations, Albert Bell. Sorry that it turned out that way, but you did your job, brother.
You know he wasn't gonna let it ride. You know he wasn't gonna. You know it. He gonna take this opportunity to go in. Like, yeah, compare Mason the Cat. Compare Mason the Cat. But you know what? It only makes me want to see the fight more. I'm never not gonna want to see the fight between them two. Right? I'm never not, but I would love to see it just to see if it'll look how he think, bro. Abdullah Mason ain't no easy guy to beat, bro. And they ain't putting Kid Austin nowhere near a guy like Albert Bell. You get what I'm saying? Like the Oscar De La Hoya, if y'all had that same opportunity to fight Albert Bell, there's no way in hell he would do it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's easy to try to take credit, but my thing is this, man. Like, it's crazy. Criticism only goes as far as like what people felt like you did wrong, right? It's like, never mind the result was a win and a KO win. And even if you thought it was a little premature, it still was, he earned that, right? He earned that. Like, you still got to include the fact that he won. That's how you know you hating on somebody. Or you get what I'm saying? How you don't give him no credit for going out there winning. The fight was not going his way early, fam. He had to figure it out. His dad said they was losing. They was down. He had to figure it out. And that's a moment right there mentally where a lot of young fighters would have unraveled. Let me tell you some real shit. You've seen a lot of fighters unravel in that same position that Abdullah Mason was in. Oh, you in a fight, dude, boxing, you strong, you can't land the shots you looking for. You get what I'm saying? You getting some work in there, but he outboxing you. And he did not unravel mentally. He didn't waver. He didn't quit. His dad wasn't going to let him. His dad wasn't going for that anyway. But you get me? Like, that's where is any of that in his assessment? But the first thing he come on is talking about, even though you ain't got that much power, even though you only got 9 knockouts. Shut up, bro. Shut the hell up. Boxing ain't about knockouts all the time, fam. Albert Bell could box. That's why he was in there looking like that. He could box his ass off. And had he had a full tank of gas or been prepared for 12 rounds for real, we might be having a different conversation. But it is what it is. He wasn't equipped for 12 rounds the way Abdullah Mason was. And they showed. Mason went out there and, he retained his title like a champion. You know what I'm saying? Slowed him down with the body attack and stayed on him late. And then when he needed to step it up, he stepped it up. You know what I'm saying? He stepped up. Like, when he needed to go get into that extra gear, he did it. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot to like about this performance, man. People only see negative. I don't, bro. Like, you're going to get tested, man. Albert Bell showed us all that he was quality. He showed a lot of people why maybe he is one of the more avoided guys. Maybe why he's been avoided for so long. You know what I'm saying? I already know that's me. I know what you mean, fam. Blue, what's good with it, Blue? What's good? I'm telling you, man, that's crazy. He said, hold on, why was Bell about to fight at 130? If you can fight at 35, his ass need to be at 6 feet. He need to be fighting at 30, 35 at least. Took some good shots. Bell landing that right hand. Yeah, them right hands. That right hand couldn't miss early. He got that right hand on point. He had that right hand landing early. BJ, what's good, homie? What's the word? Hold on, we gotta go to something. We're gonna keep building. We're gonna keep talking. I said now Mason versus Andy Cruz. It's a fight you will have to closely analyze. That's an interesting fight too, because Andy Cruz don't just stand there. He gonna give you an interesting fight. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy YSM and Haven Brady. Haven Brady say he wants to see a rematch. Let's get to the clip in a second, man. Let me pull the clip up. Yeah, everybody, man, smash that like button for your boy as we get into this build. We about an hour in. We're going to keep rocking out, man. Good night of boxing Saturday, man. Champion held it down, man. Champ held it down, B. He held it down. Enrique, so I was in the building. It was an amazing fight. Mason broke Bell down, and he didn't want to take any more punishment, but it was an amazing fight. Yeah, he eventually broke Bell down, man. Beat his body up, slowed him down, and it paid dividends, bro. Like that's another thing. That's another thing I give him credit for as a smart young fighter. He stayed on that body. You know what I'm saying? He didn't forget to go to that body. You know what I mean? And you know guys be in love with their power and they be head hunting, but with him, he was going to that body. And I'm telling you, without that, if he was head hunting in this particular fight, we probably having a much different conversation today. But the fact that he stayed on that, it paid dividends, man. We're going to keep rocking. I got a clip from one of Keyshawn Davis' coaches as well. I'm going to play the clip from him in a second, too. But let's get to Haven Brady real quick. I doubt if it was the end. Boy, put it through on.
Send your transportation, man. Protection. Get with me. Yo, I'm going to charge you. I'm going to send you an invoice for that. Abdullah Mason stops Albert Bell in the 12th round. Kind of controversial. Right. A lot of people felt like it was too early.
Was good with
then the scorecards come out. A lot of people had Albert up before the stoppage or closer than what it looked like. Right. What was your thoughts?
That was a great fight. I ain't gonna lie, Albert didn't surprise me. I feel like he won't do that. I sparred him a long time ago, and I knew his game plan. I know how he fights, so I felt like that was a tough fight from Abdul. But Abdul did what he did what he's supposed to do. He did good. I feel like it was a great fight. I felt like the first half Albert had it, and then I think he said in his interview or whatever after the post, he said his nose was broke, so it kind of slowed down, and I feel like Mason picked it up from there. I don't feel like it was that close in the early rounds. I feel like pretty much from the first to the 6th, maybe 7, probably 6 for sure. That I feel like Albert had that, and I feel like from there on Mason had it. So I feel like it could have been a draw, or with the knockdowns, Mason was gonna edge it.
Is that deserving of a rematch? Like they put 10,000 in Cleveland.
I would want to see a rematch. I'm a boxing fan though, and I would want to see a rematch. So I don't, I would want to, but do that. It was a good fight, and I think it was questionable for the stoppage. I don't think it should have been stopped. I think he was still good, and I think there was some good punches, and I feel like maybe he probably could have stopped him, but I feel like it was more of I think his body weight and he was kind of pushed down on him, but yeah. I feel like it was a world championship fight. It's a 12th round, and I feel like he deserved to keep going.
Do you feel like Albert proved that he's a world level fighter, even though he's never gotten an opportunity? It seemed like guys were ducking him.
Right.
And as far as Abdullah, the Sam Noakes fight was kind of, I ain't even gonna say it was close, but it was real competitive.
Right.
Do you feel like Abdullah proved that he is one of boxing's next big things?
Yeah, I definitely feel yes to both answers. I feel like Albert Bell showed that he should be at the top level, and he deserves some bigger fights. So that was his first 12-round fight too, and it was a 2 weeks notice. So
my hats off to him. He did good. He was a tremendous
first
fighter.
12 rounder had to be
Mason was a
tough.
tremendous fighter too, and he looked good. And I think like 1 or 2 more fights, he'll be ready for the big names. I mean, because he's still young, so it's no rush to it.
Shout out to Wise, him and Haven Brady, man. He said he would like to see a rematch. I mean, I just don't think they'll do it. I mean, they did put some numbers out there in Cleveland, and it seemed like it made it, you know. But I think that the goal is forward progression with Mason, right? You stop a guy. It was a good fight halfway. You know, half the fight went one way, and then the other half another. But I think the goal with him is forward progression. And I mean, I don't think it necessarily calls for a rematch. And I don't know how much would change from one fight to the next. Who knows? I know what I'm saying. That's concerning, man. The way seeing somebody gas like that's concerning. You know what I'm saying? It's really tough to win fights on that level if you don't have a full tank of gas, if you can't go a full 12 rounds, right? You get me? Despite getting hit to the body or not, right? Just because you got hit to the body don't mean you had the gas like that. I've seen people get beat up to the body and still make it through. And, you know, different. Everybody's different, you know what I'm saying? But for Albert Bell, 10 months off, 33, first 12 rounder, you definitely didn't need somebody to be beating your body up like that. You know what I mean? Depleting that gas tank. Yeah, great point, Lisa. Shushu got hit to the body and pushed through it. Right. Albert Bell, the body shot seemed like it just neutralized him and shut him down in the second half of the fight. He just couldn't pull the trigger like that. You know what I mean? His punches looked like they didn't have much on him. He was fighting to keep buddy up off him rather than, you know, like fighting with that confidence. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. From what I hear, shout out to my guy L Dub, the plug. He said, yeah, Cordina's still in play. And that's probably the direction they'll go. It's another good fight for him, more experience, different style of fighter, right? Just want to keep building Mason, but people want to throw him right in there with the champions right now. I get it, but I doubt if that's the way they move him. You know what I'm saying? Everybody hit that like button for me, man.
Give you some of that easy work.
This is Keyshawn Davis's coach right here, one of his coaches, by the way. And he gave his thoughts on it. He says, Abdullah Mason ready for the top dogs? Yeah, y'all see it in the title. Is he ready for the elite? And the only reason I asked that, because I've seen several conversations going on where people are saying, look, he beats the Tank Davises of the world. He beats the Shakur Stevensons right now. Like no other fight. He don't need no other fight after Saturday. After Albert Bell, the stoppage, they're sold that he beat 2 of the best lightweight / 40 pounders in the world, right? That's what they saying. So, you know what I mean? This is Keyshawn's coach, Mr. Chicken, chiming in. Let's see what he had to say about it.
What's going on, people? It's your boy, Mr. Chicken, giving you some of that easy work over here at DB3. Today, we're going to be talking about this fight card this weekend with Abdullah Mason versus last-minute replacement with Albert Bell. Now, your boy, Mr. Chicken, have been saying ever since they made the announcement that Albert Bell was going to be the replacement, that this is not going to be an easy task for Abdullah. Now, the reason being a tall, long, rangy fighter who knows how to fight off the back foot and utilize the jab, I see giving a problem to Abdullah Mason all day long. Now, although Abdullah has a great offensive game inside the pocket, he's still yet to show his ability to box fighters from the outside. As you clearly saw, Albert Bell outboxing him, out jabbing him, and keeping him at range in the first half of the fight. Now, this is clearly a weak area for Abdullah. But now that you're a world champion, we're past the growing phase. You got to take on all comers. In all honesty, you know I'm a fan of Abdullah Mason. If you don't add some footwork to your arsenal, every time you get in there with a rangy fighter, you're going to find yourself in some deep shit. Now, I gave him credit for having a mean offense on the inside. Even on the inside, you can see he's not as defensively sound, and he's taking too much punishment from lower level competition. I'm only being this critical to the brother because he just recently said that he will fight Floyd Schofield, Shakur Stevenson, and Keyshawn Davis. Up your brakes, little brother. Even though you're a world champion, you still got some work to do before you get in there with Keyshawn and Shakur. I'm picking Abdullah against Schofield, but Keyshawn and Shakur, not even close. Let me know in the comments, do you believe that Abdullah Mason is ready for all the top dogs that's in or around his weight class? And if so, who do you want to see him fight next?
Yo, Chance the Rapper, shout out DB3 Boxing. We taking over, you feel me?
What's going on, people? It's your boy, Mr. Chicken, giving you some of that.
Yeah, Mr. Chicken. That's what he called himself, Mr. Chicken. You know what I mean? Miss Chick. Mr. Chicken, yeah, dude. We gonna keep rolling, man. I'm gonna pitch y'all off some more Schofield. I gotta get the whole video up when he was on the joint. When he's on Mill City. I know he go to Mill City to do all the hating on Mill City. Do all the hating on Mill City. But shout out to Mr. Chicken. Look, I get it. Footwork, defense, just application with the skills that he has. That's where he's inexperienced at, right? Fighting certain level of guys. I don't think he's seen every style just yet. He's still working, man. A lot of times we don't care. We'll just throw him right into the deep end with the wolves. But I think that'll be a stupid idea. I really do. I think it'll be a really dumb idea if they was to do that right now. And I think they know it as well. So fans gonna talk because they just fanned out. Abdullah Mason is very, very talented, no doubt. He's on his way. You know what I mean? But I think we got to pump the brakes in terms of saying he's beating these elite guys. Now, I've seen them both. I've seen Shakur and Tank. I've seen Tank first. I was surprised. Seen Tank and then Shakur. I was like, okay, finally, huh? And I believe Keyshawn will beat him. Maybe stop him. Yeah, I just think that it's a different level of pedigree when you in there with those guys, man. It really is. Shit different. And it's not as easy as what people make it seem, right? They make it seem like just getting in there with those dudes is easy. You know what I mean? I heard somebody tell me how trash Keyshawn was. So you got people that just don't even rate these guys the right way. You know what I'm saying? Knew his replacement opponent from sparring him, and not saying Padley's better than Bell, but if Shakur needed stoppage to beat a replacement fighter, Shakur will beat Mason. Yeah, man. Baby step back. At least he been having to be tough more than you should, meaning getting hit a lot. That's something that he hasn't quite mastered, the ability to be his super offensive self without taking the punishment. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's the second fight where he got cut too. He got cut in the Sam Noakes fight. He got cut in this fight. Something to just pay attention to. Now, not a big deal, but the things that you see with him, he can fix them. He could there's flaws that can be fixed. You get what I'm saying? It ain't the end of the world for him. But I don't got him beating those top guys right now. I don't got him beating the Keyshawn Shakurs and the Tank Davises yet. You know what I mean? I think he's still growing. And if you're really watching and you really paid attention Saturday night, you see that. You've never seen Shakur, Keyshawn, or Tank Davis lose arguably 5 or 6 rounds straight. You've never seen that. And I'm not knocking him at all, but when you putting them on that level, I got to make an honest observation and say I've never seen them guys. I've never seen Keyshawn Davis lose that many rounds. I don't think as a pro, period, in all his fights combined, let alone in one fight alone.
Smash the like button.
A guy go out there and win half a fight on you. I've never seen nobody pretty much outbox Keyshawn, outthink him, outslick him for a half a fight. Same thing with Core, same thing with Tank. I've seen people get a couple rounds on Tank, but I've seen them turn the tide and beat you up. I've seen that. So for me, that's how I assess it. I haven't seen them go out there against anybody and just not be able to win none of the first 5 or 6 rounds, arguably. Man, that's tough. That's really tough. So he's still growing. I like the Cordina fight for him if it's next. I get it. People gonna put him on that pedestal because they love him. We love him too. We're gonna call it how we feel like we see it. That man's still growing. The more fights, the more experience he get, the more dangerous he's gonna become. I think, and again, learning how to slow the pace of a fight down and picking your shots, being a little more selective, not loading up, changing the speed, little things like that. I think it'll up his game significantly. Think about it. Shakur even gave him some advice. Slow down, everybody dangerous in the first couple rounds, but he still go out there and fight. Like, you get me? So it's a maturity thing. It's an experience thing. He hasn't seen every style. You know what I mean? I don't think he has the pedigree of those guys that we put him on that level. I just don't think so. But we'll see. I'm all in on the Abdullah Mason Appetite for Smoke show, man. I love it. Cut Mason had came from a headbutt. Yeah, it said, and there's no doubt that I would agree that it did, because I don't remember the exact punch that made the cut. But that's something to keep in mind. You start to look at it like scar tissue is what I'm saying, like back-to-back cuts. You know what I mean? It's something to look out for. You know what I'm saying? Not saying he's gonna be T.O., but you notice how T.O. constantly, like, his eyes swell up, they scar up, they bleed. And now you see him back-to-back fights where he had cuts and in different spots. The other one was on the cheek or something like that, on his cheek, and this one looked like it was by the eye. So it's something to think about. Too aggressive. That's what I'm saying. He's very aggressive, and that's something to look out for. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, he be going straight to the smoke. So just little things, his approach and application with the skill set that he do have. He's a bit away from the elite level, in my opinion, but I think he working his way there. So I have nothing bad to say about Abdullah. Good win. Shout out to Albert Bell. Let's keep rolling. We're going to get to this. Then we're going to talk about the other fights and get into this Derrick James interview as well, man.
If you guys haven't subscribed to the channel yet. So tell me, Abdullah Mason stops,
No,
Albert Bell.
stop. Rewind. We're going to ask that question, right, brother?
Okay, so obviously that's what happened, right?
No, the ref stopped Albert Bell. Mason shoved him down on the floor. That's two different.
No. The ref stopped Albert Bell. Mason shoved him down on the floor. Mason shoved him on the floor. Like a man.
Different
Let's
things.
keep going.
So so when Mason got the win for shoving Albert Bell on the ground, I mean, it is what it is.
You felt like that leaping right hook that Mason threw. You felt like he missed?
Brother, you could go on my story and see it. Slow down. You can see it for yourself. Everybody can see it for themselves. Like, he got a good one knockdown. So I believe they would have went to a draw at that point if it was fair. Mason could have pulled off a draw. Not saying Mason wouldn't have stopped him when Albert Bell got up.
Yeah.
Nobody not saying that. Nobody not saying Mason wasn't a dog digging in to try to get the win. But the way he won was not a win. You can't shove somebody to the floor and the ref just fucking stop it. No punch landed. Like, if you look slow motion, none of those punches landed. He just shoved them to the floor. And the ref looking dead at him, shoving him to the floor. So once you look at it with your own eyes and use common sense, you didn't say, all right, cool. That's fucked up. They cheated Bell right there. You know, because you never know this is boxing. I remember Cesar Chavez fought, I believe, it wasn't Pernell Whitaker. It was Meldrick Taylor, I believe, and won in the last 10 seconds of the fight. So for a boxer, especially Bell, who came from all of that, he should have had the honor to be able to get up, especially if none of those punches landed. He was slipping them. So that shows he could protect himself. The only time the ref's supposed to step in and stop it, is if the fighter can't protect themselves. He slipped the punches. He was protecting himself. This dude shoving him down. He tried to grab the legs to hold on. Come on, the ref looking at it. How you stop that? So anybody could say what they want. I know what I seen. And Albert Bell did a great job because he only got 9 knockouts. He ain't a guy known for power. So to keep up with somebody who's supposed to be a wolf, a dog, the future of boxing like Mason, for him to be able to do that, I commend him on that. They robbed him. The ref robbed him. No matter how anybody see it, that ref robbed this guy for his opportunity to live out his dream. No matter how it would have went on the scorecards, he never got the opportunity to find out. So it is what it is. That's boxing.
Tell me, how did you have the bout, scored before the
But somebody paid you real fast. We got to get that person. So
Todd, think of it a 2-piece. This old ninja be hating.
I never be hating. Why I gotta hate? Like, that ain't even part of this conversation.
Now, look, I'm not going to say everything he's saying is hating. Some of what bounce back was good. Some of what he's saying I understood, like far as the punches not landing cleanly, he backed him into the rope, kind of pushed him down. The ref did see it. I was in here saying the same thing. The ref kind of called it early. And the wink is still diabolical as hell to me. But Mason did what he had to do, man. I think he put himself in a position. The way the momentum was going in that moment, had Albert Bell been allowed to resume and continue, I think he would have been tired. You know what I'm saying? I think he would have been gassed, still hurt, his nose compromised, nose bleeding, broken bleeding.
he'd have had issues finishing at that 12th round for sure. And I think Abdullah Mason was fired up. His dad lit that fire up under him. He went out there and went for it. And I think he would have stopped him for sure. But you still want to see a person be allowed the opportunity to work through a tough moment, right? It ain't like he got a history of having a bunch of losses, or it wasn't like I said, wasn't the worst knockdown. It was a bit of a push too. You know what I'm saying? He looked hurt, but it's what it is. It's boxing. You're going to be hurt. But he didn't look like he couldn't continue. He didn't look like he was in a position where he couldn't defend himself. But he did look like he was running on fumes, and it could have got bad for him. You know what I mean? Shout out to Big Dog Willie. That's you trolling, Big Dog. My dog was good, homie. Cut was good with it.
A fact is a fact. If you slow down, if you watch
he
the
definitely
video,
did the
you
wink.
see
I
it
just
with your
played the
own
video. I'll
eyes.
play it again.
A fact is a fact. But now what you was asking was
How did you have it scored at the 12th
Facts, teacher. I
before the
agree.
knockdown?
I had Bell pulling it off before the knockdown. When the knockdown came, I said it's either a draw or Mason is edging it out. And that's where I was at with it. But the thing is, for me, being a little old school in boxing, the shit that the ref did cannot be condoned in boxing. That's not cool. That shit ain't cool. Because refs got rules they supposed to abide by too. So when I speak up and say, yo, he cheated this guy out of this shit, whichever way, because I don't know if he was paid off. I don't know what happened. And I'm not saying that because people got lawyers. But the bottom line is that guy, Albert Bell, didn't deserve that. And they're going to use marketing to make Mason seem like he stopped him. Mason didn't stop him. Mason didn't stop him. Mason dropped him. But Mason didn't stop that, man.
I guarantee you,
do you feel like
Kid Austin get a stoppage like that, they ain't gonna be complaining and crying. You get what I'm saying? They ain't gonna be complaining and crying about it. You get me? Look, Mason did what he had to do. It was a reason Albert Bell was in a compromising position. That's because Mason was working and doing what he was supposed to do to put him in that position. Yeah, the ref, he made a judgment call. At the end of the day, the ref could have said he felt like Albert Bell was hurt, and he could have saved him. So yeah, you can go back and forth, but Mason did what he was supposed to do, bro. You know what I'm saying? If he didn't step up, if he wasn't going to that body, if he didn't keep going, like, you know what I'm saying, and pressing the issue, he wouldn't have got the stoppage. I don't think he would have created that moment for himself. So credit to both Abdullah, his team, and his dad's corner for getting through that moment, him coaching him up, lighting the fire, and him going out there and getting it. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
at any point do you feel like Albert Bell had any hope in the fight? You know, obviously the momentum was coming down, starting from the 7th round.
Whether it was coming down, damn near the 6, 7 rounds, he won. Damn near. But it wasn't about that. It was he exposed Mason. Point blank, period. Whether he won or not, he exposed Mason. So it was a lot of flaws there, even in the corner. Even when Mason stopped him, cocking the punches wide, he exposed Mason. But we already knew who Mason was. So to me, it's not a shock. But to y'all, it's like, but now this is a guy, 10 days notice, 9 knockouts, not known to have power, not even a top 10 fighter. He's number 15. So, and he gave this champion challenges. What happened when this man fight number 2 or somebody that's really a challenge for him? What happens then? What happened to the corner then? Like, because they all, for me watching it, I experienced that before, so I know what I was watching. But it showed a lot of holes and more than just Mason fighting. So either way, it is what it is. I congratulate both of them. They made it out healthy. I've been told y'all that they developing Mason. He's still growing. That's why they turned down the fight with Kid. He's not
still
ready
lying.
yet, but he's developing. I'm proud that he got.
You trolled and said Kid could beat Roberto Duran. You a fool, bro. You a fool, fam. Like they said, they trying to hijack Mason. They be mad about this shit is ridiculous, fam. How he be like Tiger did his thing, but he just something about Mason. He keep making it seem like Mason turned down him, and he think we don't pay attention to boxing. Like I don't get it, bro. They think people stupid. Whole time They putting Mason in there. They challenging Mason. His last 2 fights is Sam Noakes and Albert Bell. You fought Tavin Farmer, and who you fought before that? And you was about to fight Jojo Diaz, man. Shut up, bro. Shut up. Y'all not the same right now. Mason doing what he's supposed to do, and your ass sitting from the sideline, hating, looking weird as hell. I'm telling you, man. Like you would think he lost. You would have thought he lost the fight or something the way he talking. Mason. You had a chance to fight him, Daffy Duck. Man, looking like Daffy Duck with his beak shot off. I swear that's who he looked like. You had a chance to fight him and you blew it, talking about 2 million or whatever dumbass number you threw out there. You blew the opportunity, man. Not the other way around. We ain't stupid. Big Keith. What's good?
Yank out some dog out of him because Mason is talented.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, you talked about sparring, and obviously, Terrence Crawford, asked Abdullah Mason about the sparring with Albert Bell. And he said this about some sparring, and people asked me to ask you. Hold on 1 second.
On the same me and sparring. I wasn't gonna show him the same me and sparring that I was showing him on fight night. So everything was a little bit quicker, sharper, faster. Off timing. I was gonna give him the same exact me. I wasn't gonna show him the same me and sparring. So what you want me to say about his opinion?
So he's saying that, he doesn't give, if he knows that you're possibly an opponent, he's not going to give you the full him in the sparring. Do you feel like that's something that he did the same thing with you guys? Do you feel like he's giving you the full him in sparring, similar to Albert Bell?
Wait. See, this is why I said this is the bullshit. This is where we got to separate the 2 meals because you're very good with this instigating shit. But I'm going to play along with it. Number one, they only show one round of our 4 rounds. I've been told you, I told Kid to start doing defense. You're hitting the boy too hard. He can't take those punches. I've been told y'all that. Y'all didn't believe that. Then the guy from 126 come, buckle him, hit him in the chin. Then y'all, oh, well, he's chinny. Mason can't deal with Kid on any way, shape, or fashion. No matter however they build it up, Kid ain't Albert Bell.
You damn
Kid got a lot more power in both hands.
You damn right he not Albert Bell. He got more power, cool, but do he got more skill? Notice, all he talked like a casual. I never hear him say my son is more skilled and more talented. He got more power. He got more knockouts. He hit harder. He knew the 5 styles of boxing. Damn, bro, shut up. We get it, bro. We get it. He's strong, bro. He lift weights. He work out. He's strong, fam. We get it, man. Little muscles Malone, bro. But that shit don't mean he'll beat Mason. He had power when they was sparring too, right? He had power in both hands and he was getting dropped and beat up. That shit wasn't what you said it was. We seen the sparring, bro. Can somebody tell Auntie we seen the sparring, bro? We seen the sparring. All this dude do is downplay Mason, man. That's why you look like a hater. That's why the people in the chat is going to always label you a hater because you don't give credit where it's due. You open your mouth hating. I'm still waiting for you to say Mason did his thing. Like the way you talk, you would think Mason didn't win the fight. Man, he was good with it. Let's keep going, man. This dude is unbelievable.
So when Kid touch him like Albert Bell was touching him, it's a different ball game. Kid got head movement. Albert Bell didn't have no head movement. Albert Bell didn't have no fakes. He didn't have no stiff jab. He was like dead in the water, flat-footed, everything, but he kept up with Mason. Somebody said, well, he's 6'2". Well, Mason should have been going to the chest and the body. Then why he headhunting against somebody tall?
He was
so it's a
going
lot
to the
of
body.
flaws in the game. So what I'm saying is he's not going to deal with Kid, but congratulations to him and Albert Bell. They on the same level, and they should be doing a rematch. Truthfully, they should do a rematch. They on the same level. If Albert Bell is C level, it's showing you exactly where Mason at without the marketing and the promotion. So I like Mason. I believe he's going to grow to be A level, but right now he's not no A level fighter. He didn't even know. Man, he should have cracked Albert Bell so hard in his ribs and stomach For real, how skinny that guy was. He was a standing target, but he want to aim for the head and he want to stand in a wide stance. You ain't catching no 6'2" person if your legs this goddamn wide. How the fuck you?
That's the only thing I agree with, though. His stance was super wide. I did say that. I thought that was going to create issues for him being in front of a boxer like Albert Bell, and I was right. I thought it caused problems early. I already know Big Dog. He's something different, man. He's something different, man. I'm telling you. Now he definitely works. He works out of all the fathers of the fighters. He definitely got that single-handedly as him. It's not even close either. Just peace to the queen. How you feeling today? Let's keep going. This dude is unreal, fam.
You're gonna get forward to him. So it was a lot of flaws. So it's what it is.
But obviously, he was able to make that adjustment and be able to start digging down to the body in the second half more consistently and made Albert Bell kind of fight, made him kind of like, lose his legs. What would you say?
No. What I say happened is he got rid of the nervousness, the nervous
Mhm.
energy, and he used common sense. And common sense say go to this tall dude body. Common sense says that. So I think he's
Common sense would have told you he was going to the body. That's where he was having more of the success at, going to the body, which is what helped Albert Bell gas tank be depleted in the first place. Right? Like he talking about nervous energy, and he just got rid of the nervous energy, and he ain't bro. He was already going to his body. That's why Albert Bell slowed down and he picked up the pace and kept it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Was able to get it done. And McQueen was good with it, my guy.
Chilling, man. I mean, regardless of how he got there, he got there. Whether he shook off the nerves and decided to go to the body, he went to the body. This man is talking as if Albert Bell was out there on some Joe Frazier shit, just marching forward. And Albert Bell was using his legs and using every inch of the ring to start the fight. Hell, the first 6 rounds. He didn't start becoming more stationary until Abdullah concentrated the body attack. I will say this. I love Abdullah's first round. He came out firing the straights to the body. Then I will say around like rounds 2 through 5, he got away from it a little bit. Then when he got back to it and focused, that's when we seen Albert Bell start to break down. But it's not like Albert Bell was just standing there in front of Abdullah trading with him the way we just seen Xander Zayas attempt to do with Boots. It wasn't even that kind of fight.
No, it
wasn't. And then another thing too, I love what you said about his focus on power. Like, yeah, that's cool. Kid is strong. He can punch. He's explosive. But you also got to be able to take a punch too. And we've seen him get dropped by a guy like Renee Tellis Jerome, who's not the biggest of punches. So the same thing applies to Abdullah that he had said about Albert Bell. Well, Albert Bell ain't punching like Kid is. Well, shit. Renee Tellis Jerome ain't punching like Abdullah is. So I guess we're going to see a hell of a fight in the event that these dudes square off. That means both guys can hurt each other. Who's going to be sharp on tonight? That's what it's going to come down to. Not power. It's going to come down to who can locate who. Who's sharp out.
Yeah. And for him talking about somebody that load up, shit, your son do the same shit. Switch for no reason, jump in and out. Like he make mistakes, keep banging his hips. He got some habits and tendencies in there too, man. He just be making it sound like he got a I don't know, a transformer as a kid, right? Like he just got some unbeatable, unstoppable force. I get it, bro. It's your son, but damn, man, you make it seem like he's on this level that nobody would agree that he's on outside of you. I don't think nobody see the shit you see. We see the talent, we see the skills. He still, I give him way more credit than other people do. I don't think he's a bad fighter at all. But the way his father talk make you kind of annoyed with it. It's like, all right, man, I don't see this shit. You tend to be a tougher critic because he's so unrealistic about what he's putting out. Get what I'm saying? So Renee might be solid, but imagine if Abdullah Mason is over there punching on him how Renee was. You know what I'm saying? Putting him down. And he was tired too.
Had him missing the stool and shit. And you know what I mean? And
remember, he missed the stool.
And that was and their two fights were inverse. Where in the first half of the fight, I was like, damn, Kid is doing some damn good boxing. This is the most composed I've ever seen him. Then in the second half of the fight, as you just alluded to, you had success fighting orthodox. Why the hell are you switching southpaw? And then he
right?
was doing it continuously, just with no rhyme or reason, just for no reason at
He
all,
just
just
do it
ripped.
just because he can. And that
Right.
is my thing with these younger fighters that we keep throwing. We trying to put them on that pedestal, or not even a pedestal, that elite level just yet. Nah, man, they still got a young man's approach to the game yet, man. They ain't got that maturity. They both still got some wetness behind the ears, if you will, right? Like they both got a lot of more room to grow. Just as any fighter, but definitely these young guys. Abdullah Mason's 22 years old, man. He got time. People act like he got to be a finished product or something, bro. And he went out there with an experienced vet in Albert Bell. Older, 10 years older. You get what I'm saying? 28 fights. He been around. He could box, but he got through it. He figured it out. That first half of the fight was the toughest first half of a fight I ever seen for Abdullah Mason. He had a tough time, but he figured it out, man. That's what I love. Figuring it out is what matters. Felix was good with it. Want to see Johan versus Renee? Yeah, that'd be crazy. Let's keep going though, so I ain't got to keep Daffy Duck on the screen too long.
Slow down, and that comes with these type of challenging fights. Floyd had his challenging fight with Renee Guerrero, with that kid.
Yeah.
That's when now Kid fought. He was more patient with Tevin Farmer. So I think Mason had to go through this obstacle. This was his obstacle where he got the cut and he had to deal with this and he had to slow down. And although he's looking excited, he's going to learn to go to invest in the body more than the head. So it's just part of growth. He's growing. He's still young. Like I said, he can't keep up with Kid because Kid then knew these lessons that Mason is learning.
Yeah. So you feel like it
Bullshit.
was just nerves in the beginning and he needed to kind of like getting warmed up, and that's why his timing was off. I mean, you even
That's
the
what you said.
announcers. No,
That's what you said. I didn't say this shit.
Well, you said that his nervousness, right?
I said, I believe his nervousness and he learned to calm down. But it could have been skill in the first round. Albert Bell was doing his thing. We ain't discrediting Albert Bell.
Right.
Like, come on, for real.
Well,
Mason didn't have to answer to that.
Albert Bell said at the end of the fight that
With no
after he
power.
broke his nose, he broke his nose.
Right, and he still kept up with no power. You seen how weak them jabs was? He was like dead in the water. How the hell Mason couldn't knock him out? Knock him to sleep. Fuck breaking the nose. He should have been broke everything. The dude that wasn't doing nothing like crazy. He was just using his range like this.
He was
Like, for
boxing.
real.
You
So
see,
when he
Daffy Duck, that's what I mean. You so disingenuous. So you don't give nobody credit for nothing. So Albert Bell was just in there doing what? Doing what you doing right there, just sticking his arm out. Dumbass, man. See, this is what I mean, bro. You got to be an OG, man. It's not no old goofy, man. An old hater. Bro, he was boxing his ass off them first 6 rounds, fam. I don't give a damn what nobody said. Nobody. I don't need nobody to tell me that. Abdullah Mason was struggling. Had to figure shit out. His offense wasn't on track. That's the most inefficient I've ever seen Abdullah Mason be. Spotty with his offense. He wasn't consistently touching Albert Bell with any and everything how he do other people. Well, it wasn't that. He was thinking. He had to figure shit out. You get what I'm saying? Like, he had to show you some mental toughness, right? As a youngin', not to quit and unravel. Man, you know how many young fighters I've seen unravel when it's not going their way. They can't figure it out and don't have the answers. Him and Pops had the answers. And Renee had you with all them gray hairs you got in your beard. That shit came in one fight. Renee Garone, bro, he had you stressing out there. Stressing. Kid went to sit on the stool and pulled the stool from up under him. Everything.
What you see, Ronnie?
You get me? Stressing, bro. Stressing, man. Give the young men credit. As an OG in the game, you supposed to be. You're a father of a fighter. You know how hard this is. What do you mean Albert Bell wasn't doing nothing but just standing there flat-footed, just using his range? He was boxing. Who the fuck else was throwing them right hands that was landing? That Albert Bell was landing. The hell? And he was going to the body in spots. That man was boxing. That first half of the fight was beautiful work from Albert Bell. But to insinuate that he did nothing but just sit back like that and use his range makes you an idiot. And you're supposed to be a boxing coach. Dumbass, man. You not just in the other video, you was giving Albert Bell credit. Now in this video, you taking credit from him, talking about he wasn't doing nothing. Dumbass dude, man. I'm gonna use him as content to the day he stopped talking. Or I stop doing content, whichever one come first. Because this shit is diabolical. That's why people call you a hater, fan. That's why the chat always on your helmet. They want to hear you breathe life into the sport. Why is it all like you can have constructive criticism, but you just downplay an entire fight? Yeah, Albert Bell, he ain't really do nothing. He can't keep up with Kid. He ain't got that much power. He only got 9 knockouts. Like, bro, I swear to everything I love, Kid Austin, for the rest of his career, he got to knock everybody out. I don't want to hear shit. His little strong, muscular ass better knock out everybody. Everybody. Every fight from here on out better be a knockout. Tevin Farmer style, too. The way you be talking. First thing he come on, I know you didn't have that much power. Like, watch this shit, casual shit. And like, I know you didn't have that much power. Like, watch.
Yo, congratulations, Albert Bell. Congratulations. I want to shout you out. Because no crap on you. Knowing that you don't got all that power, with only 9 knockouts, knowing that you was out of the ring almost like a year, the fact that you turned around and won that title, because you was winning that, no matter how they was bull crapping on the scorecards, no matter how rigged boxing is, you deserve your kudos because you performed good, Albert Bell. So keep your head up. We know they robbed you. We already know. Good job, young man. And for those comparing Abdullah to Kid, man, y'all better stop playing with us. Stop playing. Congratulations, Albert Bell. Sorry that it turned out that way, but you did your job, brother.
Yeah, he's a little too close to the situation to be objective in the slightest. That's what I'll chalk that to. Yeah, I'll shoot him some bail on that. Like, this kid Abdullah is, one of your son's contemporaries, a potential rival. You're just a little too close to the situation to be objective the way that you need to. So I think, man, you got to have the awareness to be like, you know what? Let me not say nothing because it's going to be incredibly biased.
I could understand it to a degree, right? Like, I don't expect you to come up here and make it sound like they about to beat Kid Austin because of what you seen, but to like I said, insinuate that Albert Bell did nothing when you just say he did good in that one, and now in this one he ain't did nothing but stand back flat-footed and use his range. Like, sound like he did something, you just ain't giving him credit. And you know why I get annoyed with him? Because I expect more from him, even his capping ass. He's supposed to be a coach. And you are a father of a fighter. You know how hard this shit is. How hard job for you to get a title shot, let alone that's them dudes in it. That's him defending his title. And you get me, give him more credit for that. Still say, yo, he still ain't beating Kid. Like, I don't have no problem with you saying Kid beat everybody. Because that saying anything else with that, I'll be shocked to hear anything different. But again, it's never enough credit being given. That's all. Like, man, build these dudes up, man. They do well, fam. Like, you just got nothing good to say about nobody. Just sitting there looking like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yo, he look like Courage, yo, the dog, man. Oh, man, my bad, y'all. We gonna keep going. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. I appreciate the love, homie. He said, just do boxing, leave Auntie alone. Schofield is the most hilarious man in boxing by far. Auntie lies are legendary, and his hate for the other boxers, especially Mason and Core, is diabolical. Forehead Auntie. Yeah, he got that Murphy times Predator. That's what you know what I'm saying? He's like, you remember the cartoon when Daffy Duck get his beak shot off? That's him right there.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Got that damn Detective Murphy. Man, I'm telling you, man, Scobie.
This cat has been making his media rounds for like the better part of the last 2.5, 3 years, and it's been fairly consistent at this point. I'm not expecting this dude to change his tune. Like, it's going to be what it is at this point. Like, when I see him, I'm expecting the content to be a certain way at this point. Like, it's on brand for him.
You just already know what's coming. You already know. Auntie Sco, all right, man, we got a little bit more of this, and we're gonna keep it pushing, man. Max Kellerman was very critical of this Mason fight as well, man. We might cover that, man. He has some stuff that people didn't think he was on point about. Let me find out, did he really criticize him for not being a pure boxer? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Vision Beyond Sight. What's good with it, homie? Alan, what's good? Everybody hit the like button. Let's keep building.
Well, you said that his nervousness, right?
I said, I believe his nervousness and he learned to calm down. But it could have been skill in the first round. Albert Bell was doing his thing. We ain't discrediting Albert Bell.
Right.
Like, come on, for real. Mason didn't have to answer to that.
Albert Bell said at the end of the fight that
With no
he
power.
broke his nose. He broke his nose.
Right, and he still kept up with no power. You seen how weak them jabs was? He was like dead in the water. How the hell Mason couldn't knock him out? Knock him to sleep.
That's
Fuck breaking the
crazy,
nose. He should
man.
have been broke everything. The dude that wasn't doing nothing. Like crazy. He was just using his range like this. Like for real. So when he go like this, all of this is still right there. The only thing went back is his head. It's like nothing kicked on there. But anyway, I don't want to bash nobody. It was a great fight. It was an entertaining fight because some people wanted to see Mason lose.
You know, obviously we've seen Mason have a lot of respect for Albert Bell's right hand, especially in the early half of the fight. I mean, obviously, did you see any adjustment that Abdullah Mason made in the fight that he was able to be so successful?
You want me to keep breaking down Abdullah Mason style, but that's his brand, brothers. I don't want to break that man brand down. I'm proud of the young man. They developing him. He's gonna make mistakes. That's all I can say about him. The adjustment gonna come in the next fight. We'll tell if they made the adjustment. His corner, him, this. We can't say that he made the adjustment in the ring because he didn't stop the guy. He wrestled the guy. It's a difference. So
This dude is
hopefully
a
next
dummy.
fight he come in, we can see because they could only give him easy opponents but so long. After a while, he gonna have to fight somebody for real.
So you think Albert Bell?
Nobody that Kid Austin fought is on Albert Bell level, despite who you think he did or didn't fight. Same thing with Noakes. I don't think he got neither one of those guys that on his resume. A guy like either one. It is crazy, man. Like that's why I say, man, you can't tell a guy how he did good and now he easy and he ain't nothing. Like, bro, he's supposed to get knocked out. That's why I say, man, I just be expecting more from people that do it. It's a tough business to get into, let alone be successful fighting for titles and defending them in your hometown. Let's talk about how this man was in his hometown too. And I don't care what nobody say, that factors in. He was at home and he didn't fail. He could have unraveled. He could have been in there just going for the knockout, gunning, and he was, but his pops got him right and he got the job done. You know what I'm saying? He created that moment where the ref made a decision to stop it, right? Whether you felt like he pushed him or it was premature, still got to give him credit because he worked Albert Bell into that position, bro. He showed you at the round 6 how it looked. He started going for it, getting to it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. That's one thing that we have to take into consideration when we look at some of these stoppages. The ref has a completely different vantage point than us. It's a completely different experience. They get to see a guy kind of transform over the course of a fight, or maybe even digress and devolve. So if you look at Albert Bell, the first 6 rounds, he looking spry, he's moving, grooving, letting his hands go. And then round 6 comes, and then gradually you see him slowing down, punch output decreasing. Shit, he probably heard that he was having difficulty breathing, as Albert Bell expressed at the end of the fight that he couldn't breathe after a certain point. He think his nose is fractured. Then you look at the way that he just seemed to be waning, start grabbing and holding a lot more. The first 6 rounds, he wasn't really clinching like that. Back half of the fight, he was holding a lot. It got to a point where it seemed excessive at points.
Yeah, it did.
Then you see the beginning of the 12th when Abdullah, as soon as Abdullah asked his father, do I gotta stop him? He shot out of the corner like a damn cannon. Like he was shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
Dropped him within the first 6 seconds of the round. So if you seeing the guy getting broke down gradually, then he gets dropped. Then he gets dropped again. And Albert Bell, he didn't even object to the second knockdown.
Right.
We the ones objecting, saying, oh, well, he pushed him down. He guided him down or whatever the hell he did. But Albert Bell didn't seem to have an issue with the knockdown being
Right.
scored. His beef was with not being afforded the opportunity to go out on his shield. He didn't
Yeah.
even say the
Right.
second time around wasn't a knockdown or I wasn't hurt. It's like, at
Right.
least let me go out on my shield.
That's a good point. COE, what it do? That's a good
So,
point. That's a
I
good
say
point.
that all that to say, to piggyback off of what you were saying, this was
Mhm.
a gradual thing and it was
Yeah.
progressing. Like we seen the fight getting beat out of Albert Bell from like round 6 on. He's moving less. He's throwing less. The same shots that he was able to evade early, he couldn't get out of the way of them shots. The punches didn't have nothing on them. The timing wasn't there. Like early on, he was timing Abdullah with some nice right hands. You could say they wasn't the biggest shots, but they was clean. They was landing. You know what I'm saying? The timing, all that stuff was just
Right.
diminishing as the fight
Right.
progressed.
Right.
And then it
Wearing
reached
them
the fever
down.
pitch
Like,
when he got dropped in the 12th.
right.
And had it been a situation where, like, let's say he got dropped with 10 seconds left on the clock or 5 seconds left, kind of like what
Mhm.
happened with Rico Van Herden with the
Yeah.
Verhoeven, pardon me.
I know what
With
you meant.
Usyk, then we'd be like, all
Mhm.
right, that's kind of sketchy. But hell, 2 minutes left in the round and you done already got dropped twice. That's an eternity, bro.
Right.
It could have got extremely dicey. And even if you want to make the argument that Albert Bell swept the first 6 and Abdullah swept the last 6, hell, you get dropped twice. That's a 10-7 round right there, bro.
Right.
So he was going to lose on the cards regardless. I do agree that given how he started the fight, he should have been afforded the opportunity, especially with this likely being possibly his lone opportunity for a title. Hey, let him
Yeah.
go out on the shield and see what happens. But
Yeah.
at that point, them punches ain't have no velocity on them. The timing wasn't there. Hell,
Right.
he was languishing on the ropes. What do you think is the likelihood of him being able to pull out a miracle walk-off shot versus Rocky Hernandez type of knockout, or like Ray Ford versus Komatov?
Right.
And again, the ref being as close to the situation, he's looking at it.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
bounce back. I'm not saying whether it was or it wasn't a knockdown, but Albert Bell didn't even object to that. He didn't even
Yeah.
say, "Oh, I wasn't knocked down or I wasn't hurt." He was just saying, "Yo, allow me the opportunity to go out on my shield,"
Mhm.
which is something completely different. So we got our vantage point looking at it from home, but hell, if the ref seen him get hit with a shot that he pushed him down, clearly he was holding on for some reason. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's difficult to say, but all we do know is both guys acquitted themselves. Man, gave great account of themselves. Albert Bell boxed tremendously. First 6 rounds, you can say however the hell he did it, whether it was maintaining the range and doing all this other shit. Like, yeah. But he did a fantastic job of it. And then when Abdullah broke the distance and he was able to encroach, he did a hell of a job of imposing himself. Both of those guys imposed themselves
Mhm.
at different stages of the fight. Bell in the
I
first
agree.
half, Abdullah in the second half. So,
Mhm.
man, I was just glad I was able to see a tremendous fight because I didn't know what the hell to expect from Albert Bell. It's like, yeah, we've heard all the rumors. He's been somewhat the best kept secret. This the guy that nobody wants to fight. That's why his
Mhm.
resume looked the way it looks. And I gotta
Mhm.
say, I was pleasantly surprised that I'm like, okay, I can see why some of the rumors were what they were. Like this guy is obviously he can box, regardless of what it looked like, regardless of the lack of power that Schofield Senior is talking about. The name of the
Mhm.
sport ain't fucking knockout. It's boxing, and Albert Bell showed that he could box his ass off. He could box.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what Pop Schofield taught when he gave assessments. He taught, like, when I say casual, is because he only focused on physical and power. That's it. He never get on here talking about skills and talent and IQ and shit like that. It's the same old knockouts. He don't got knockouts. He don't got power. It's like, shut the hell up, fam. Albert Bell got skills. Yeah, he ain't got
To
a bunch
fight.
of knockouts, but I doubt if those punches was feeling good for Abdullah Mason. I'm so
Nope.
tired of that. Stop looking at somebody's record
And because they don't got a whole bunch of knockouts, you think they punches don't hurt? Some people just not big punchers, but punches don't feel good. I don't care who dishing them. Well-trained guys, dudes being shaped, especially early, man. Them shits hurt. Dudes running around with 8-ounce gloves, and you talking about who ain't got power. Let me punch you in your face. 8-ounce glove, I guarantee you ain't gonna talk about it feel good. That ain't just do, ain't got no power. Gonna be sitting there like, damn, man, you gonna want to get your lick back. That shit do not feel good getting punched in your mouth, man.
Additionally, right, to even build on that, KB, one thing that often gets just completely washed away in this conversation is just because you got power, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can take what the other guy's dishing out. Like Julian Jackson is widely regarded as one of the hardest punches in boxing history, but we've seen him get knocked out by guys who don't punch as hard as he does. Because just because you can deliver a punch, it don't necessarily mean you can take one.
Right.
Renee, between him and Kid Austin, he's not the bigger puncher between the two, but who scored the knockdown in that fight?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Andre Ward is not a bigger puncher than Sergey Kovalev by any stretch of the imagination, but who stopped who?
Hey, man, I love it. Cook, man.
Ali was not a bigger puncher than George Foreman, but who stopped who?
Right.
So, you know, like you're spot on with that, bro. Like we can't just be thinking just because one guy punches harder than the other. Like, and I hate to say it, but we seen it bounce back. Brian Norman, right? Like Brian Norman, we seen this dude punch 6 weeks worth of memory out of a dude's head. Gave this man a factory reset. Devin Haney got a 45% KO ratio. Who dropped who in that fight, bro?
Right.
Tank and Roach. Lamont Roach got a 30-something% KO ratio. Who landed the better punches in that fight? We seen Tank get wobbled in that fight, but we ain't seen Roach get wobbled because it's about timing. It's about boxing. It's about strategy and tactic. It's like all of these things work in tandem.
That's why this my dog right here, yeah.
To make one successful in a boxing match, not just having power. If it was just having power, then Tommy Morrison would be like one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. You know what I mean? But it don't work that way. Like you gotta have something else to go with that power.
Exactly. So it's like, I get it, man. I respect anybody that's out here punching people to sleep and knocking shit out. But the ones that can't do it, I respect even more. And why? Because that fight, you're gonna see more of it from them. You're gonna see that person go more rounds. The guys that are not getting the knockouts. So you get to see just how talented they are or are not. And for the ones that's always winning, bro, how am I gonna knock you because you're well conditioned enough to go the distance? And think about the amount of opportunity there is for mistakes, fam. When you go in 36 minutes after 36 minutes, like for you to do that and beat guys round by round by round, any guys that's able to do that is very impressive. But again, shit, it's very exciting to see somebody get their shit set to the default settings.
Because we know, because when you see somebody go 12 rounds and you know that they're well balanced, right? Like, and the way I look at boxing is no different than a good meal. Like you don't just have steak, you don't just have potatoes, you don't just have greens. I mean, you could do that, right? Just eat just one, but generally you have a little bit of everything on your plate because you need some carbs. You need some veggies or leafy greens or whatever it is to give you iron and all of these other things, these other nutrients you need, magnesium and all that shit. And then you also need your protein.
Right.
So you need balance. And I feel like with boxing, it's the same thing. It's like you can't just have power. You also got to have good good timing. Because think about how many guys can punch hard, but they don't have the proper delivery system to get it there. Like you gotta have those other things. Like you gotta have some IQ to go along with it. And I think that's the thing that separates guys, especially at the top level. We've seen it time and time again. Like look at a dude like Edgar Berlanga. We know that Edgar Berlanga could punch, right? But when he's down there with them lower tier guys who don't have the necessary means to defend what it is that he presents, then he's able to knock them guys out. But when you facing somebody else who's seen another guy with punching power, you're gonna need a little bit more than that. You need to be deceptive. You got to be able to set that power up.
Right.
You got to be able to utilize feints. You got to be able to utilize angles. You got to be able to sometimes disguise your punches. If
Yep.
everybody know you're gonna throw a damn right hand, what else you got?
Exactly.
What else you
Everything
got?
can't be a fastball, man. And then Mason gonna learn that more and more. You know what I'm saying? You know what other fight he was doing that in? What's that dude that he ended up stopping him though? He had that yellow on, that yellowish gold outfit. What was that? Arnellis? What was dude name?
Oh yes. I know you're talking about Ornelas. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that guy. He was loading up big because dude did well. Dude did really well. I mean, but he was doing it in that fight. And I heard one of the I think it was Tim Bradley was talking about it. He changed the speed on the punches. I'm telling you, he got little things that he could tighten up on, man. And I think some of that is just like, adjusting the application, the way you apply the skills that you have, the offense that you are blessed with, right? You don't gotta be in a rush. You got 12 rounds. You can take your time, right? You can pick your shots, see things through. You can get your off without letting them get theirs off, right? It don't have to be a tit for tat. It don't got to be ebbs and flows. Sometimes you want to get in there and just flow. You know what I'm saying? Without them being able to put you in harm's way if you're good enough and talented enough to do so. And I feel like he is. So it's just something with, that learning curve with him.
And maybe he'll develop it and maybe he won't, because we don't know how things are gonna go. Like, we always assume, like, all right, this guy is young, because he has time, that his growth is gonna be linear. But we don't know how the hell it's gonna go. Like, growth isn't always like that. Sometimes people are late bloomers, sometimes people advance early. I think another thing that happens too is you can have success doing a certain thing at a particular level, and then you cultivate a certain degree of competence, and then you can be complacent. Sometimes not willingly, but just as like, shit, what do I need to change? Why do I need to expand if this is what's working? Because generally that's what we say, right? Like, if it's broke, why if it's not broke, why fix it?
Right.
So we don't know how things are gonna go with him. He may not become the most cerebral guy ever, but hell, as constituted, he is a champion and a legitimate champion
Right.
because he's defended his title.
Right. And young. You know what I'm saying?
And he's
really
young.
on the come up. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Shout out to Rolando. Coaching does matter. And his dad showed that. I think that was the difference in that fight going the way it was going. And even though it was going in Abdullah's favor, he shifted the momentum. But that fight possibly making it to 12 rounds and it not making it. The way his dad got on him in that clip that I played for y'all, that's why I played it. I'm like, man, his dad lit that fire, man. And it's nothing better than having a person that know how to press the right buttons. Like you said, yo, I got to stop him. Man, he told him, go bananas, like basically scream, like, what you say? Like, yo, go get his ass. And that's what he went and did. Well, let's keep going. Yeah. Get his ass off of here in a second. Miss Lobby. E Lobby. Shout out to you, fam. Let's keep going. Let's get this dude off here. So a few more minutes of this.
Was an easy opponent.
Do you think he was easy with 9 knockouts?
I mean, 28 wins.
Brother, listen. Do you think he was
undefeated?
How many knockouts Lucas Body got? Look that up on BoxRec.
No, I hear you. I hear you. He got more
but tell me how many knockouts, and then compare which one is easier, and tell me, is Bell an easy opponent?
This shit is like dumb, bro. You got
I'm going off of the skill too.
Let me ask you. No,
so because you got more knockouts, makes you the harder.
I just said easy. I didn't say nothing about skill because none of them had skill. So we ain't even going to skill. We not even bashing their brand. How many knockouts Lucas Body
now
got?
They don't got skill, but you're not bashing
Lucas Body. He has a 75% KO ratio out of 20 fights.
How many knockouts is out of 20 fights?
75%.
So what is that, 17? What is that, 17, 18 knockout?
Yeah.
All right, so Albert Bell got 9. Which one is a more difficult or challenging opponent? Which one is easier? So to say, and we just going on because they're about the same skill level. Truthfully,
I don't know about that. I really wouldn't.
Brother, you know about knockouts. You better cut that out.
No.
17
knockouts don't make you more skillful.
Which one?
He's a bigger threat. He'll probably be a bigger threat because of the power.
That's what I'm saying. Which one is easier? An easy opponent mean I could get hit by you. It ain't no power in it. It ain't a threat. If I get hit by this person, it might be the stinky leg. It's a threat.
Kid Austin, respect to you, fam, and I mean this respectfully. You're gonna lose, and when you do, you might not ever come out and say it, but you're gonna feel like it's because of your dad. He sound like a casual fan, fam. Like I'm dead serious. I've never heard coaching like this low level. I've never heard this shit before. Like this shit is crazy. Like it's all about knockouts to you. Yo, I've seen some guys that got a bunch of knockouts, fam. Like mostly knockouts out of their wins and go out there and get starts because they can't land it. This dude is crazy, bro. Let's see if Lucas' body is gonna be such a tougher challenge. Bro, don't get knocked out. I'm telling you, Kid Austin, you're gonna lose because of your dad.
And we also got to look at the resumes as well. It's like, okay, well, who the hell did you knock out?
Right.
Because that happens as well in boxing. You know, you go in there with a bunch of overmatched guys, you're fighting dudes that's like 3-39 and things of that sort.
He
Like you
only
can
asks
accumulate
it
a lot of
one way.
knockouts if you matched appropriately. So
Yeah,
that can
he'll
be
only
deceptive
ask
as
it.
well.
Yeah, he'll only ask that question one way, right? Like it'll only apply to the person he's critiquing. And you can then ask the same question about Kid Austin. Like I've seen him do it. He was critiquing somebody's resume one day, and one of the callers, they said, "Yo, can't you say the same thing about Kid Austin? His resume?" He's like, "See, brother, you don't know boxing." He like, bro, but you just said this dude level of competition, and this dude clearly fought the better competition. Your son fought lesser. So what is that saying about him? And he got to know he got offended and kind of was like rude to the dude. I'm like, that's weird, fam. Damon was good with it. So he think Lucas' body is a better fighter than Albert Bell. I hope we get to find out.
In some ways, he may be though too, because what he's
So that's an
neglecting.
easy opponent. You know, come on.
No, I was just gonna say what he's neglecting. What he's neglecting and taking into consideration is that every fighter presents a different level of challenge. Like how many, like 6'1" or 6'2", 74-inch reach fucking lightweights don't just grow on trees. It's like how many of those guys do you see like that? And you seeing the contrast, the size between Abdullah and Albert Bell.
Right.
And and Abdullah's not a small lightweight. Like Abdullah's like a good 5'10" himself.
Right.
And he looked kind of small next to Albert Bell. I was like, damn. So it was like that's a
you.
challenge in and of itself. Is like changing the trajectory of your punches, like having to punch up. Like how frequently does that have to happen? Like you see when he was trying to get to his chin, he was whiffing.
Yeah, he was.
Like you said, like that was the most inefficient I had ever seen Abdullah, because Abdullah's a very sharp puncher. That's one thing I will say about his brothers. All three of them that I've seen fight, they all have pretty good technique. Like especially on their straights, them punches are like lasers.
Yeah.
But Albert Bell, all he had to do was take a half step back, and Abdullah was whiffing on those shots. It wasn't until he started breaking them down to the body that he was able to get to his chin with more regularity. So that's a challenge in and of itself, like having to punch up. It's tricky, man. So
already know, Jay.
while Body may have more raw punching power,
right?
Does he have the footwork? Does he have the other physical attributes that Albert Bell presents that make Albert Bell a challenge?
Right.
It's like it's difficult to say like who is better or who's more challenging, because we've seen fighters have issues with one guy and then with another guy you just completely blow them out of the water. Like for example, we seen Junto Nakatani look crazy in there with Sebastian Hernandez. Right? And then when we all thinking like shit, ain't no way in hell he's about to go the distance with Monster. Monster's about to smoke him. Then he go 12 with him. Because these guys with Logan, these guys got different attributes that make them a challenge, and we don't know how one guy's tendencies play into another's. So it's just difficult to say, bro. Like shit, we seen Boots go 24 rounds with Karen, and it was looking kind of shaky. Then Boots goes out there and smokes Xander, and then we also seen who was that? Patty Donovan a couple weeks ago.
Right.
And he went out there and boxed Karen's ears off, and he like, damn, this can't be the same dude who was giving Boots some difficulty.
Yeah. It's all about that night, man. You don't.
It's all about the night and the attributes, the application, the tendencies, and one guy's preparation. these camps be different too. Like we don't know what the hell Abdullah looks like with Albert Bell if he has a full camp with him, and vice versa. Because
Yeah,
both of those guys were preparing for two different guys. We had Albert
true.
Bell preparing for Andy Cruz, but at least with him, he's preparing for a damn southpaw.
Yeah.
He's what's the name's preparing for Joe Cordina. It's like it's so many little factors, man.
Right.
So many factors, bro. So it's like it's difficult to say. But again, to go back to the resumes, like I had Kid Austin's resume pulled up. 18 and 22, 7 and 15, 10 and 14. He doesn't have a single opponent on his resume that had an undefeated record, except for his very first fight. He fought this dude named Richard Escrobio. That's his
Yeah.
debut, and that was
Yeah.
that gentleman's debut.
Right.
So he was undefeated by a technicality. Albert Bell was at least 28 and 0. Sam Noakes was like 19 and 0, and Sam Noakes then fought some quality dudes.
Exactly.
Albert Bell fought against what's the name of the dude we were talking about him the other day, Andy Vences. Andy Vences was undefeated when Albert Bell fought him. He was like 19 and 0 or something like that.
Right.
So at least Albert Bell fought other undefeated guys.
Right.
Before that, like Kid
Just
Austin
don't
is yet
get
to do
credit
that.
for nothing but knockouts. This shit is crazy. It's like the most casual approach. I expect a fan to talk like this, not a coach. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect no coach to talk stupid. But what could you expect from Schofield, Floyd Schofield? That's the name I gave him, nicknamed him the Schofield. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. I
But the
appreciate
grace
it.
I give him, bro, is that he's so close to the situation that he's like.
Nah, yeah, and I think that's fair.
I feel like I almost feel like I gotta talk defensively, but I don't think that you have to do that. I mean, you could be a little bit more objective, and you could just give props and just keep it moving. Hey, man, I thought it was a tremendous fight. Albert Bell did his thing in the first half. Abdullah showed a lot of dog and grit and determination. Came on the second half, yada yada yada, and just leave it right there. But of course, you know he doesn't do that. It generally takes a drastic turn to just like Haterville, and it's like, bro, you didn't have to do that.
Exactly. Exactly. Facts. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. Said Auntie said Ali wasn't a real fighter. He was just a highly decorated amateur. Anything this man says just for entertainment purposes. I swear I hope he ain't say nothing. Man, I hope he ain't say nothing crazy like that.
Knowing him, he probably did. He probably did. But it's like, yo, you look at Ali's resume, how many Hall of Famers he got on there, bro?
Right.
It's crazy.
Right.
He's like the definition of not turning down smoke, win, lose, or draw. Like Larry Holmes, a Hall of Famer.
Real talk.
George Foreman, a Hall of Famer gold medalist. Joe Frazier, Hall of Famer gold medalist. And he fought some of these guys multiple times.
He gonna find something bad
Ken
to say,
Norton.
boy.
Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, mama Schofield back on that bull job, man. Let's get Harry up, man. My bad. Let me
I know you gotta be politically correct, but nah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he was easy. He was easy. And it just didn't work well for Mason that night. It was a bad night for Mason, a bad showing. Not a bad night. It was a bad showing because he retained the belt.
They said that, you know,
you got to answer your money questions.
No, but Albert Bell was supposed to be one of those guys from Top Rank that it was hard to get him a fight, and Top Rank let him go because
you think
supposedly
wait, hold up,
they were trying to put him
brother.
and Shakur together.
Hold up, we ain't running by that. Hold up. Do Top Rank let people go? That's great investments, even if they can't, even if it was a little challenging. Do they try to get them fights?
Nah, you downplaying it. I ain't hear it was a little challenge. I heard that was the reason. That was the factor is to them letting him go. It wasn't nothing with Albert Bell. They just couldn't get him fights. Couldn't do nothing with him. So you kind of, you don't want to feel like you holding the guy back. So you let him go. It making it seem like he got let go because he was some shit, or he ain't take advantage of an opportunity. Nah, I did hear for years that this dude is a guy that guys that go around. And you could see why. I mean, especially for that first half of the fight, you could definitely see why.
just let them go. Because Crawford is an example that we could talk about that. How long was it challenging for them to get in fights? Was him and Bell on the same
It's not the
status
same
when
thing.
they
This
got
dude
let
is a
go?
goddamn idiot,
Did you
man.
even know Bell?
No,
So we ain't
no.
gonna go with the marketing.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Crawford got his
we're gonna go
shots.
with our eyes, with what we seen, our eyeballs,
Yeah.
You
what we
talking about the
seen.
marketing? Shut
He
up,
was
bro.
challenging for Mason, and Mason shoved him down, and that's how he
Rome, what
lost.
up?
We're gonna stay on
What you
fact. We're
doing?
not gonna diminish nobody brand. That's what it is. The facts are the facts. And on to the next. But and like 17 knockouts compared to 9 knockouts, that person is a bigger threat. We're gonna just stick to facts this interview.
Todd, thank you for the 2-piece. Bell was a better win than washed Farmer.
Was he? A win is a win, brother.
Todd, thank you for the 5-piece. Man, y'all, the pullout kings, can't trust y'all to even make it to the fight.
And that's why we got a title fight, right? So chess, brother. Chess, damn. Okay. I love these. I'm getting better at it. And make sure y'all subscribe. It's like 459 of y'all. Subscribe, ask y'all questions. But what was your next question? The Mason fight was good. Youngin might learn. He most likely will learn. He got about another 2 years before he could see Kid, before he could possibly even last to the second round with Kid. And that's for real. Y'all gonna see in the next fight against Lucas Body. Y'all gonna see why Tank ran. Y'all gonna see why Shakur, or not Shakur, let me say this right. Y'all
Yeah.
gonna see why somebody didn't want him to get in the ring with Shakur to the point that they try to kill him. Y'all gonna see. It's a different ball game. It's YouTube fighters and it's real fighters. The YouTube fighters over there, it's good. It's good with their politics and their manipulations of the system.
This dude is a
They
hater.
asked, Abdullah, about, friends that he would fight. And I think your son was part of that group. I don't know if he was able to see it.
Yeah, when he said I'll fight Kid, they said, which one would you be a friend with, fight, or something? He said, well, I will fight Kid, I will fight Shakur, I will fight Keyshawn. He turned down the fight with us. So to me, that's all marketing. All that shit is marketing, y'all. To us, it's only marketing. They don't want to fight Kid.
So Shakur leaves a comment and says, he's young, he's still learning, but from him to turn the gears on when it was tough, I thought it was a great performance.
I want to know, how is that him hating on Abdullah Mason? I want to know, how is him saying that hating on Abdullah Mason? Y'all weird as hell. Sometimes I know, you know what? I really wish he wasn't signed to Jay Prince. I really would. I really do. So I would love to see that fight too. Y'all really willing to create something that's not there for clicks. Like the fact that they making it seem like he said something bad about the kid is wild. But when you see him getting put down by fucking journeymen and shit like that, and then people got to make excuses. Oh, he got a lot of knockouts. He got a lot of this. Shit, didn't Nakatia have a lot of knockouts? Didn't Valdez have a lot of knockouts? Let either one of them had put Shakur down twice. Let it once, let alone twice. You think anybody would have been talking about how many knockouts they got? And Valdez being an accomplished guy, right? Better than both of the other two I just named. Imagine him putting him down. They looked at him like, oh, I thought he had good defense. I thought so much for good. I just don't get it. These fighters are not going to praise Abdullah like y'all do. Right? Y'all think he on everybody's level. And Saturday proved that he's not. You don't go that long being inefficient and think you on that elite level, bro. That'll cost you a fight. Don't be able to find your distance and range and land your shots for 5-6 rounds against a certain somebody that they keep comparing them to. And I guarantee you fucking lose. Ain't gonna be nothing your dad can tell you that's gonna change this shit. Nothing. Let's keep going, man. Let me get this guy off here.
What gear? The wrestling gear? All y'all gotta do is watch it slow motion. I'm not crapping on him. And like I said, he is growing. The youngin is growing. I'm proud of him. I watched Mason since a kid. But what gear? He got stopped by somebody pressing him down.
The
And
gear
that's a
on the
fact.
7th round when he
Yeah,
turned
they
it up in the
weird, bro.
7th round.
Weird as hell.
Brother, if he turned, no, hell no. And I'm not even gonna bite my tongue. I care less. And anybody who mad, I ain't even gonna say what I was gonna say. I was gonna go street on y'all, but whoever mad, y'all just mad. I watched
What's
Mason
good
grow
on
up.
me?
Mason better than that shit he did last night. So for me to sit here and say, oh yeah, I applaud that, that's bullshit. I could sit around his dad and tell you that was but bullshit performance. And I bet you his dad got some areas where he say, yeah, he need picks up. I guarantee you his dad feel no, Mason could have did better.
Man, he
Mason
called
could
it
have
a
stopped that guy
bullshit
in the 6th
performance. It's
round
crazy.
if I don't know what the fuck was going on in his head. If y'all can't see that Mason is a switch fighter too, in the close range, he could have just switched forward and been in his guy's chest and knocked him out. It was like, what was the fear of, and his dad yelling to him what to do, but Mason not doing it. So that's what I'm saying. It's more, I could sit around his dad and say that performance was C-level for Mason because I seen with my own eyes what Mason could do. So I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat it. No,
This
the
guy
nigga
is an
had a
idiot.
bad performance. He had a good win, but it was a bad showing for him because he's better than that. And then
It
at the
wasn't no
end, he
bad
decided to
showing, you
show he's
damn
better than
idiot.
that. What the hell happened the first 6 rounds?
He was getting
Like, so
boxed.
that's what I'm saying. So anybody could believe whatever they want to believe. I know the dude. So that's my opinion on him. I hope he learned from this and he come back better because he's a champion. It's not the amateurs. That ain't what this
Little
is.
kid walking around
So
the
I
back.
think he had to get a reality check. He realized he almost could have lost that shit and it woke his ass up. His dad was ready to smack the shit out of him in the corner damn near. Like, so
Same way you was with Renee, fam.
something, Mason wasn't doing something right. All of them was yelling at him. Like, yo, so he wasn't doing something right. So me saying this,
Crazy
the
work.
fans could believe whatever they want because they not coaches and they don't know the dude. But hopefully his next performance, he could show who he really is.
Yeah, he
And then
struggled
be
in the
compared
first
to
half,
Kid.
but he got
Because
it
that
together.
bullshit ain't being compared to Kid. Kid knocked out a 2-time champion in less than a minute. Mason got the same abilities. What the fuck is he doing? That's what I'm saying.
He
And
ain't fight
anybody who
people
shared
like
that
Tevin
ring with
Farmer,
Mason as
you clown. He fought Sam Noakes and Albert Bell. You just knocked out Tevin Farmer and you won't stop bragging about it and was about to fight JoJo Diaz, fam. And now it's talking about fighting Lucas Bobby. Man, you
them.
can't make this
What
shit
the
up.
fuck was
Somebody
Mason
that
doing that
Ashton
night?
Field
And
was
I bet you
cooking.
they say Mason wasn't at his best.
Dude is a hater, man.
I bet you Mason would tell you he wasn't at his best if he
Mark
wasn't
was
trying to
good.
front for the cameras. I bet you he would be critical of, because I know he's critical of himself. I bet you he improve and say, yo, that wasn't good. I could have did better. I could have did this. You never know what the brother had on his mind, though, but he wasn't there like he's supposed to be. So it is what it is. Any questions, any whatever, but that's the truth.
That's your truth, Daffy. Yeah, man. I think Mason did his thing, man. I think Mason did his thing. He made the adjustments in the second half. Or you know what? I ain't gonna make it sound so cliche about the adjustments. He kept pressing in that second half of the fight until he got the looks he wanted. You know what I'm saying? He got the desired result. You get what I'm saying? No, he said he hate to say he live in San Antonio. Mason Gray himself, a C or something. Yeah, I ain't listening to that shit though. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it. I don't know. I don't think it was a C. He said your super chat. Yeah, that was the end of the video though. That was the end of that video. He might have cut it off short. That was the end of it. It was like 20 minutes. That video was. Mason did his thing, man. You know, Mason did his thing, man. He got it done. That's what I'll say. But let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling. Nah, I feel you. I know that's what Mason said, but I'm not gonna say look C performance. I don't know. I ain't think about grading it. I just know he struggled. You know what I'm saying? So if he say he felt like a C, shit, I ain't about to argue with the man. I feel him. He said he feeling like a C. Cool. But let's keep rolling, man. That was a good fight, but I'll say the only upset on the card or something that could have been an upset was Scooter Davis. I ain't gonna say a robbery. I don't want to use that word, robbery, but I will say I think the wrong man won. I think Carlos Ramos outboxed Scooter, and Zay and Carmel and a few of the guys had something to say. This was Carmel Moten. I had made a short video on this before I came on live, man. He said, "Tell him stop mentioning my name. There's levels to this." He put the yawning emoji, and somebody asked him, "How did the Scooter Davis fight look?" And this is where he put the shark with the fish emoji, man, the goldfish.
Man, he said like this. That's how the fight looked, man. So, you know, people look critical, man. Zay Quinn wasn't beaten either. Zay ain't bite his tongue. He had something to say. Core mentioned them as well. He said somebody said Carmel and Zay is the ones, with all due respect to youngin' that's fighting. I don't mean no harm when I say that either. It's just facts to me. Guess he deleted this tweet. So I don't think look, man, it is what it is. I ain't surprised to hear nobody saying this. He had an off night, Mr. Shark. He still got the win, but I think it was more of a gift. Christmas came a little early for him. I ain't gonna yell and scream robbery, but I think the wrong man won. He just didn't look good. He wasn't able to make adjustments. He was out of range. He was missing shots all night. Just like a tough fight for him. Just like a really tough fight for him. And Zay definitely wasn't beat. Zay said, man, shark with the big X emoji. Say, ain't no shark over here, man. Say he's slow and one-dimensional. I don't want to say he's slow, but I think Carlos Ramos definitely beat him. He just looked a little more fluid and he was boxing, right? Scooter looked like he was, I don't know, trying to land the right shot, the perfect shot, and it just didn't present itself. And he struggled making the adjustments to me. He was really, to me, he looked like he was getting outworked and outboxed for real. So Carmel, Zay, and Core all had something to say. Core opinion is like, boy, he say anything, they go crazy. Shout out to MP. What's good, fam? Behind the Hands TV say Carlos Ramos beat that boy. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. Carlos Ramos got the dub over Mr. Shark, man. Mr. Shark struggled out there. I know Barry Hunter had a nice conversation with him. Sometimes you ain't gonna look your best. Still constructive criticism. I just know he could have did better, but that guy seemed a bit tricky. Maybe him being a southpaw. I heard something about him not being in there in front of many southpaws, so that could have been his issue. But that night, it just, he had to just get through it, right? He was going through the motions, man. He just didn't look super sharp and efficient how I've seen him in the past. So maybe that was due to the southpaw or just an off night. But sometimes you're gonna win and it's gonna be ugly, and that's what he was able to do. I see some people said Judah was good, Brody. See some people say they felt like Ramos was running and wasn't, landed one shot and running. And I was like, I just don't know what fight they watched. Ramos was boxing, he was boxing smart, and he was landing. Shout out to freaking what's good with it. Rome was good with it. Now we just ain't get there yet. We just ain't get the Tiger. We just ain't get there. But Scooter looked good. He looked decent, man. He's had better days. He's had better days for sure. But Saturday night wasn't one of them. I think Ramos just boxed a better fight, smarter fight. And he just looked like he couldn't, his feet looked a little off. He was tripping.
He looked stuck in the mud, bro. I was so perplexed at the fact that he had a significant reach advantage and seemed to be the one struggling with range. I'm like, how the hell does that happen?
Yeah.
Well, you're supposed to be keeping that jab on him. You got the reach advantage.
Yeah.
He's just not using it.
He looked like you said, stuck in the mud. He looked flat. He looked like he had that bounce about him. Like he just couldn't get his guy. You know what I'm saying? Range was off. Shots was whiffing. Just wasn't putting it together.
I don't remember how many rounds I gave him. All I know is just like the feeling that I had watching the fight was, damn, he's losing this fight.
Mm-hmm.
He was looking frustrated. He was looking a step behind. I never seen him look that slow. He didn't just look slow in terms of speed, like just raw speed. He also looked slow in terms of processing.
Yeah. He looked like he had a off night. He really do. It was an 8-rounder, wasn't it? Because I say, I mean, it was close, but I think Ramos edged it out. 8 rounds, he had to win about 5. I had to get about 5. Like I just don't. I think it was an 8-rounder. I just didn't see it, man. He wasn't putting it together. Like he just didn't have enough moments for me. He looked like he was overthinking, waiting too long. He wasn't being first. He wasn't being assertive, being the boss. It was a lot of like it was no separation. Like if this was an opportunity for him to show him being a much better fighter or the better, he wasn't able to really show that. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Some people gonna argue, oh, well, he was the aggressor. I hate hearing that. Was he landing the punches? No, he wasn't. He was getting boxed. And then you had a couple sequences where dude was like dancing after you hit him with some shots, hit him with like 3 straight left hands. I was like, bro. And then he started dancing when the round ended. I said, oh, yeah, Buddy feeling good. Ramos feeling good. So I'll say 3-5-3 teach. You know what I'm saying? I just thought he got outworked. I thought he got outworked, and I thought that just was an off night for him. I know he could look better than that. He looked extremely hesitant, overthinking. He looked like he was in his head, and because of it, his punches just wasn't smooth. Combinations offense just wasn't flowing at all. At all. He looked really stagnant.
And he was following Ramos around instead of cutting the ring off.
Yeah.
Just following him.
Wasn't
It's like,
cutting
bro,
the ring off. Facts.
if the man is going this direction, you got to try to corral him. Throw a punch to where he's going.
Facts. I agree. That's a fact. His footwork, his footwork. I was watching it. He was getting tangled up with Ramos. Feet getting tangled up, getting tripped. He wasn't in good position with the feet. And I was like, the feet is a big deal. I think if he had better feet, he would have been landing those punches. I don't want to say his feet are bad. I seen somebody say he fight like an amateur. I don't want to do all of that to him after one performance, but he just had an off night. And the things he usually do well, a lot smoother. It wasn't the beat that night. And I credit Ramos to that. The movement, just he wasn't prepared to deal with that guy. And the fact that he was a southpaw, I think it gave him a lot of trouble. Because somebody made the mention before the fight came on or something and said that, I think it was him, they said it, he ain't fought a southpaw in a minute, or this is his first one as a pro, or something like that, and it looked like it. Stole foot position entire night. Facts. He looked more sure what he wanted to do too. I don't give a damn about no pressure if you're not landing, bro. That's your only option is to come forward. Like you ain't gonna go backwards and start winning. Like you get me? Like that would have been worse. So I don't be giving people credit and points for ineffective pressure, fam. I hate that, the aggressor. So, you know how many people be the aggressor because that's all they know? But if you're not landing being the aggressor, how am I going to give you credit for it? How? He wasn't cutting the ring off. He was following them. So, again, who gives a damn how much pressure he was bringing if he was inefficient while doing so?
Yep. And I think therein lies the difference between applying pressure and just following a guy. Like when I think about cutting the ring off, it's not just a matter of, how can I put this? Most recently, like one of my favorite examples of this was what's my man's name? Abbas Baru versus Yoenis Tellez. That was one of the smartest pressure fighting performances I've seen in probably like the last year or so, maybe 2 years. Because what he did was, although he didn't keep Tellez from moving, he influenced Tellez to go in the direction that he wanted him to go in. Like Tellez wanted to move to his right, but Abbas was constantly beating him to the spot and cutting that option off. So he had him going clockwise. When he wanted to go counterclockwise, he prevented him from moving in that direction. Against Ramos, that wasn't the case. Like Scooter was allowing this man to move in any direction he wanted to, as far as he wanted to, whenever he wanted to. Like to me, that's also a part of cutting the ring off. It's like influencing the guy to go this way. Like you want him to go towards the power, cool. Or if you're in like an open stance, if you leave leave the exit open, weak side open, like you seen Imam Katayev do it versus David Morrell, where he would purposefully step his lead foot on the inside and leave the weak side open so he could run him into the left hook. It's like the intention. That matters a lot, man. The intention is like, okay, if I'm doing this, I got to understand what punches I have at my disposal, what angle you can exit out. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to engineer this thing to go in my favor. And we just weren't seeing that with Scooter Davis. It was just like Ramos was literally moving anywhere he wanted, whenever he wanted, however he wanted. And as the brother said in the chat, he was turning them. He was turning them. That's never a good sign. When you see a guy getting turned like that and the other dude is constantly getting the dominant position. And thankfully for Scooter, Ramos wasn't like a hellacious puncher, because that's where it can become problematic, where you got a guy that can turn you and catch you when you can't brace for a shot. So hopefully, they go back, they watch that fight, and they think about what they can do from a footwork standpoint, because as you pointed out, bro, the footwork is paramount. Not just defensively being able to evade an opponent, but also for your offense. You
Right.
know, I think what's the name? He gave that great analogy. Who was it? Roy Jones, when he was talking about Shakur and he was talking about using your feet like the way
Right.
that's like a construction worker does in one of those like the bulldozer or whatever it was. Like you need to be in range to stay on the job.
Right.
And that's what we seen with Scooter Davis. Like he couldn't use his wheels to stay in range to complete the task. It's like
Right.
what good is it to be a bulldozer if you're out of range to get the job done? So he got to work on that. And it's
Right.
a good thing that it happened now because now he could potentially go back to the basics, go back to the fundamentals and address it and do everything necessary to ensure that this doesn't become a huger problem, a bigger problem in the future. Because the
Right.
last thing you want to do is get in contention or fight somebody that's far more dangerous from a physical standpoint. And then you mess around, you get your ass walked into something and you get slapped.
Yep. Right. Shout out to young Scooter Davis, man. But I thought the wrong man got the nod. I think he'll learn a lot from it. He got the right kind of coach. I know they're gonna take their time off and get right back to it because I ain't no way they was happy with that performance. That's not me bashing him out. I'm not gonna do that. He's 12 fights in. He got a dozen fights. He got a lot more to learn. I'm just here for. I want to see what improvements he make from the next fight. You gave me some fights gonna be rough, and you just gotta get an ugly win. That's what he was able to do, and on to the next. Shout out to Shoo. He brought York City to Cleveland. Look, man, he getting a lot of criticism. I know people was talking about the stuff Bud said. You know, Abdullah was able to show what Shoo did, and they said he won, but he didn't impress or make a statement. Look, he dominated this guy. I know he didn't get the knock out the highlight reel. The drama wasn't in it, but he did get hurt late in the fight to the body. He weathered that storm. He had to find a way to get through it, and he did. That's what I give him a lot of credit for. So he had another undefeated guy in there with just one draw. He wanted to win. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't laying down. Shoo had to work it, figure it out. And like I said, he got caught late to the body, and he was hurt, holding on and trying to fight through that moment. It was a rough moment for him, but he figured it out. He got the win, and you move on to the next. I think that's valuable experience, bro. Getting hurt to the body, I get it. Everybody could be hurt. It's boxing, man, but he got hurt to the head in the last fight, then to the body this time. But both times he figured it out. He got through those moments. The Castro fight, he ended up knocking dude out. A spectacular knockout. But I'm so tired of like dominant wins, like with some adversity. Dude gonna fight back, but why are we downplaying the man's win? Like, I don't know. I wasn't bored. I heard some people say they fell asleep on this fight. I don't think it was that bad, man. I wasn't expecting that he knocked the guy out. It's like lately when I'm seeing dominant boxing matches, if they don't get no knockout, people are complaining. And I can't be like that. I can't be that kind of person, man. I enjoy the work, bro. He was dominating this guy round after round. He made some mistakes late. He paid for it. He got caught. He had to protect that rib cage, and he did. I think it was the right side he was protecting more. Shoo was holding on, grappling. He wasn't good for a little minute. It took him a little while, but and he got hit in the top of the head and went down. And some people thought that should have been a knockdown. I don't think so. I think he got hit the top of the head, knocked his equilibrium off a little bit, but I thought he was good. So he got away with a slip. He went down from a punch. Yeah, I guess because of the placement of the punch, where it looked like it hit him at top of the back of the head or something like that. But I get it. You know what I mean? I understand why people was, he got knocked down, but he had some rough moments. He had to figure that shit out. Palacios wasn't going easy, man. He tried to make that shit tough for Shoo, but I think in the way that he won the fight, he was able to show separation. You clearly walked away from that fight feeling like he was clearly the better guy. Scooter wasn't able to display that. We felt it going in, but he really walked away possibly not feeling like he showed the separation. Shoo showed separation despite getting hurt late, and he figured it out, man. Another good win for him. And I know all these talk about the NUAs and different guys and the other champions. I'll say this. That top tier guys, you definitely want to shore up that defense as much as possible. right? You definitely don't want to find yourself in these vulnerable situations against the champions in your division or no monster anyways, because if those guys get you hurt, they can finish you. You get what I'm saying? So we'll see what's next for him. But he said Shoe must have skipped that day, bro. Yes, something. Shoe was out there messing around, man. You know what I'm saying? Shoe was feeling it, boy. I was like,
Go for
damn.
the good shot, man. A liver shot. I mean,
Yep.
shit happens.
Yeah.
And as far as the other champions are concerned, it's very difficult to say because each fight is different. Right? I mean, because we could also apply to these guys. Like we've seen what's name getting outboxed pretty handily by Espinoza. I mean, not Espinoza, by Robeisy Ramirez.
Yeah.
Remember that first fight was close as hell, and that second fight he was like low key getting work before them damn elbows.
Yeah.
Fractured old boy's orbital bone.
Yeah.
That's not to say that Davino's not dangerous, because he is. The guy is a hell of a fighter. He's tremendous. He does good body work. Much to my chagrin, because he stopped my guy to the body, Edward Vasquez. So I know, you definitely don't want to be vulnerable to the body against him, because he potentially can cut the water off. But by the same token, he's shown some vulnerability too. We've seen Masa Inoue get dropped in 2 out of his last 4 fights or whatever.
Yeah.
By Ramon Cardenas. We seen him get dropped by Luis Neri. And let's not forget, 126. That would be another step up for Masa Inoue. We didn't really start seeing him look vulnerable like that until he started scaling the weight classes. This dude that started at 108. So although he can punch, he's dynamic. We don't know where the hell his punch resistance starts to taper off. So who the hell knows if he can't get Carlos Castro? We just don't know how Inoue is going to respond to getting hit at 126.
Yeah.
Right. So he can get touched up too. So we just don't know. So I mean, recency bias would tell us, Shushu, we seen him look vulnerable just as recent as this Saturday, but we just don't know. Brandon Figueroa, we seen him look suspect as hell versus what's his name at 122?
Yeah.
Versus Scooter.
Yeah. And when the rematch, he looked worse in the rematch.
He looked worse in the rematch, and
but then stops Nick Ball.
What's my boy's name? The one that Core beat. He was a phenomenal amateur too. Joet Gonzalez. You seen that Joet Gonzalez fight?
Yeah.
Brandon Figueroa looks shaky as hell in that Joet Gonzalez fight.
He did.
So I'm not gonna just say just because he went out there and he just beat Nick Ball that all of a sudden he's gonna beat Shushu.
Yeah.
How we seen Nick Ball look shaky at times.
Yeah.
That Raymond Ford fight was really a toss up if we keep it in the stat.
Like you want to shore up them vulnerabilities. Like you're gonna make mistakes in fights, but that's why I say the most important thing is not just getting hurt, is how did he respond? He found a way to get through it. And I've seen a lot of people unravel, man, when they hurt, especially to the body anywhere, like shit start looking spooky. He held on, he pushed off, you know what I mean? He took the little walk around the block. He did what he needed to do to minimize that damage and finish the fight.
And things happen in fights, man. And I love that you said that, because Saturday night I said, "Yo, Shushu is on his Keith Thurman right now."
Yeah,
we seen Keith Thurman get hurt to the body by Luis Collazo. If Collazo could hurt him, I guess the triangle theory would suggest that Sean Porter was supposed to smoke Keith Thurman. Danny Garcia was supposed to smoke Keith Thurman. But it just didn't play out that way. Hell, we seen Riverside Rocky, Josecito Lopez hurt that man to the body. He was supposed to get smoked then. You know what I mean? So we just don't know how the hell fights are going to play out. Sometimes it really does come down to who gets who and who is better prepared on the night, as far as their preparation in camp. Like, yo, have you been watching your film? What is your conditioning like? We don't know what other circumstances these guys got going on outside the ring that could affect their performance the night of. What mental state they're in on the night. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's so many factors that go into a match when these guys are on the world level, that the separation is generally marginal. It's not like this large degree. Like,
I'm telling you it is, bro. I keep telling them that. It's a matter of consistency. You know what I'm saying? Who could be more consistent at the high level? We have both shown that you could perform at the high level, but who gonna be more consistent throughout this fight? Minimize the mistakes while doing so is more than likely the person that's gonna pull off the win. So you got Figgy beating Espinoza. It's a tough fight, man.
It can happen, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the hell is gonna happen that night.
Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you. Yes, we like to build boxing up over here. Just had them good conversations. And lastly, man, so good win for Shoo. On to the next one, man. Let's see. It's like, hey, if he looks so vulnerable, then somebody need to step in there and show us what Palacios couldn't show us. You know what I'm saying? Facts, Sari.
Yes, and I also want to double back on another point that you made, KB, about the dominant boxing performances.
Right.
Personally, just because I thought that he was going to go out there and just blow Palacios out of the water. I didn't suspect that whatsoever.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a situation where Palacios was going to take more chances based on how he generally fights. Like, if you go back and you watch his most recent fight versus Sagawa, a guy that a lot of people felt like Shoo got the nod unjustly against. A lot of people had Sagawa winning that fight by, like, you know, a close decision.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he was in there taking some real chances against Sagawa. Palacios, that is. He was letting his hands go.
Yeah.
So I suspected that he was going to go in there, be more offensive, and thus make himself more susceptible to being countered by something. But I ain't going to lie, Shoo had the man on his best behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wasn't really letting his hands go like that.
That's true.
So Shoo really put the handcuffs on that man, like, mentally.
Right.
Like, he had, and I noticed it, like, by, like, round 2, like, when he tried to let the left hand go and Shoo countered him with the right hand, I was like, shit, I don't think Palacio is going to be able to take the same chances he was taking against Sagawa.
Right.
So he boxed a very, very safe, uncharacteristically, a very, very safe fight. Because that's a dude that generally takes more chances, bro. And when you see a guy get handcuffed like that, he's like, man, I don't have the confidence to get something off without worrying about what's being returned. It's going to be difficult for guys like that generally apply pressure. And you see their output get cut in half.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda. Bro, I seen William Zepeda throw 1,500 plus punches versus Jojo Diaz. Why? Because he wasn't overly concerned with being countered like that. Shakur slashed 600 off that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't stepping to him the same exact way that he was stepping to what's my man's name? The one that gave Pitbull Cruz all sorts of problems with the footwork. Giovanni Cabrera.
Yeah.
Remember, he stopped Cabrera in 3 rounds. Just blitzed him, got him up out of there, busted him up. Maxie Hughes, same thing. Maxie Hughes was giving what the hell is his name, man? George Kambosos all sorts of problems. Was turning his ass. What's the name? Stopped him to the body in like 3-4 rounds.
Right.
Because he knew he could just go out there all out assault, just go crazy, just go ham, spamming punches. That man said against Core, like, damn, maybe I stood in front of him a little bit too much. I should have boxed a little bit more. When you got a guy that's applying pressure thinking about boxing, that's generally a sign that he's on the wrong end of the engagements, bro. And that's what I see with Palacios. Like, to your point, Shoo is so damn sharp. He had Palacios, a guy that generally doesn't think twice, thinking twice.
Yeah.
And just because he had that one moment where he hurt him to the body, or even the shot on the top of the temple that arguably could have been a knockdown, I can't say that was a bad performance from Shoo. That was 2 moments out of 12 rounds, out of 36 minutes. There were probably like 2 moments where I felt like Palacios was in control. Hell, we saw it with the open scoring. The judges had Shoo sweeping that shit. The judges thought the same thing we was thinking. It was every time they flashed the score up there, the first 4 or 5 rounds they gave to Shoo. I think the only one round they gave to Palacios in the first 6 rounds, maybe like round 5, round 6, maybe. Outside of that, they had Shoo sweeping it. Then also the back half of the fight, I think Palacios maybe won like 1 round. So it was like a 10-2. But just because this man had moments, I ain't gonna be like, yo, Shoo didn't dominate. Like, no, he dominated.
Yeah, lately we've been doing that. We letting the moments overshadow the result, and that's weird to me. Like, what are we doing? It was what was his name? Like Zero Choi or something like that, Tay. Something like that. One of them crazy names. Somehow I ain't know nothing about. He knocked him out like the 3rd round, if I'm not mistaken, Cabrera. Zero Choi.
Damn, I missed that. He just got knocked out cold.
He had got knocked out in the 3rd round by Choi, dude named Choi. TKO.
I agree. Radio Boxing Show, he really showed that he could box, because that was one of the criticisms that we had of Shushu in the last fight. Although he got the emphatic knockout over Carlos Castro, what was one of the criticisms? Oh, Shushu was taking too many right hands and he was getting touched up. He ain't gonna be able to fight so and so like that. Then when we see the man box clean as hell, we like, yo, why he ain't get the knockout? What do we want?
They only like, people could only recognize what they feel like is exciting. If it's not super overly exciting to them, they can't recognize where you're growing and improving as a fighter. And like you just mentioned, he wasn't getting hit with a lot of silly shots. Yeah, he got hurt to the body, but that was late. He was controlling this entire fight. He showed the separation. Like that, I'm tired of this. Some people didn't impress, man. We tough critics, man. I'm telling you, for boxing, but I get it. It comes with the territory, especially the way people get praised. And lastly, man, before we move on to this interview from Derrick James, man, Tiger is somebody that somebody asked about. One of the fans asked about in the chat. I definitely was going to talk about him. He did exactly what I expected him to do. Look sharp, fast. He was aggressive in spots. He was the boss in there. Tiger controlled this fight. Got hit with some shots, but it's a fight. He was never at risk of losing. He was in full total control. And for this to be his first fight under Bomac, I like what I seen from Tiger Johnson, man. Great. I think it was a really good showing. I don't want to say great. I think it was a really good showing, man. It was a strong performance. I think he showed up. You know what I mean? Especially switching trainers. He just had a different trainer in his last fight. And then to come back and, you know, with Bomac, look good like that, be assertive, dominate the fight. What was that? Christopher Guerrero that he beat up. Dude was undefeated. Man, Tiger beat him up. Impressive fashion, man. I don't know what people be talking about. Jab was sharp. His punches was precise. He was accurate. He had his mind made up. He knew what he wanted to do. He wasn't overthinking. I like the way he applied himself fight night, man. Yeah, that jab was on point, though. Tiger looked good, man. He looked good Saturday night. And I get it. We only assess knockouts. It seems like when people don't get knockouts, we don't know how to say a fight is good. If you don't see a knockout, nah, that dude looked extremely good out there to me. Sharp. He was focused. You know what I mean? He knew what he wanted to do to Guerrero, man. And approach another undefeated guy. He ain't half-stat. Wasn't out there like, you know what I mean? He wasn't timid. He was the man, and he showed you who was the better fighter. You understood who the better fighter was the entire way, and he showed it. Shout out to Christopher Guerrero. I'm pretty sure he'll get other opportunities and he'll be back, but really good win for Tiger, a.k.a. Craig, like my guy Reef saying. And y'all know what Tiger want, man. Y'all know what Tiger want.
You know what it is with me, man. All them niggas tell them to come see me. On my mama, tell them to come see me.
Do you think we can get a championship fight here in Cleveland?
For sure. Hey, Devin and his whole crew, y'all know what it is with me, man. Y'all niggas ain't gonna fight me one-on-one because y'all know what it is. Tell Devin come see me.
Congratulations, Tiger.
Yep.
Yup. That yup lets you know Tiger wasn't on none of that. He wasn't even trying to talk about who next but Devin. And look, Devin said they got a restraining order on him, and he ain't looking to fight nobody. He's still fighting the case or whatever. I don't look at no restraining orders, no real case. I wouldn't label that a case. I mean, it's a legal matter, but it's something that I think it could be dealt with, you know, without nobody suffering no real consequences. Y'all did jump the man. I don't know how much truth it is into the restraining order thing. I've known you've been known to say things on Twitter and then they not be true, but I can't tell you what y'all situation is. But never mind all that. That man need that fade. I'm telling you, man, get some more fights. I just hope he get in a position where a fight like that can make sense where people won't complain about it. You get what I'm saying? Because Tiger ain't going to be easy to deal with. I'm not going to just say, oh, he's going to beat Devin Haney, but I think that could be a good opponent in the future for him if they're going to still be at 47. That's a good fight. Y'all jumped him. Y'all need to put the legal shit to the side and get that fair one, man. And I feel like they owe it to him. I really do. I really feel like they owe that to him. They don't do nothing else. They should run that fade back with him. The hell with the legal shit. We want to see it in the ring. I think it'd be a good fight. Devin is a phenomenal fighter, man. A boxer, and I always say that, but Tiger got some qualities about himself that'll make him tough to deal with. I'm telling you, not going to be easy for nobody to beat. Got good pedigree, too, background. And he's been tested better than most guys, right? You can't just say he's getting a steady diet of top-ranked perfect fighters. Nah, they testing Tiger Johnson, and he just keep winning. So credit to him, man. I just hope in the future we could see that fight. He looked good under Bo Mack, and I expect even more from him as they can continue to build, man. That was a good showing from Tiger Johnson, though. Like the outfit, came out dancing. Had the artists bring him out. He was on his game. And you know, he from Cleveland too. So shout out to Cleveland. Shout out to Ohio. You had Cleveland out there. You had Toledo. And you had a lot of different people from Cleveland. Machine Gun Kelly, Ha Davis. There's a lot of different people that was representing and rocking with them. So they showed out for the 4th of July. Well played, Tiger Johnson. I understand why you calling for the Devin Haney fight. We seen them jump you on TV. Just keep working. You're going to get your opportunity sooner or later. It wasn't cool that people were saying that Tiger should not be calling out Devin when he's a boxer that, and he got jumped, man. Tiger didn't call out Devin. I'd probably be looking like, I wonder why he ain't call. You know what I'm saying? Like, this one of the times where I totally get it. Whether you feel like the fight is next, if it makes sense or not, they jumped that man, gave him a black eye on camera, fam. I thought that was wild. Nasty work what they did to Tiger. And I ain't got to feel sorry for him. I know he a grown man. He could take it. But he made that promo calling himself Craig, man, on the hand wraps, man. He want that smoke with, he want that smoke with, what's his name? Want the smoke with Devin. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I get it. But sharp is what he looked. And he looked precise out there, man. And again, second fight in a row, different trainer, but he ain't miss a beat for real. And it's like we don't have enough appreciation for a good boxing match no more. We need the drama. I get it. Those are the fights that we'll talk about more, right? The ones that give you a little more excitement. But this was a good showing. On to the next, bro. I didn't expect nothing different, right? Dominant showing. He showed separation in that fight. That's what I be looking for, right? You're good, and we know you. We expect you to win, but are you going to show that you're better? It's going to be clear, and it was. Shoot clearly was better than Palacios. Tiger was clearly better than Guerrero. Scooter Davis wasn't clearly better than Ramos. You know what I'm saying? And Abdullah Mason, he was clearly better in the second half of his fight than Albert Bell. So. Credit to the card, man. Can't say he's saying that on the N-word on TNT. Motown, what it do? Yeah, he's supposed to call Devin out. And Devin should be well aware and expecting it. But like I say, he claims he's fighting some case or something. So he say he can't fight nobody where he fighting a case that got a restraining order on him. So I mean, I ain't getting no restraining order on nobody, but to each their own, man. I did jump that man. But shout out to Tiger Johnson. Another good win. Ohio showed out. Them Ohioans is out there showing out, man. Two Mason brothers. Sharp. I like the young one, Ibrahim. I like him, man. He went out there and got that knockout. He looked real sharp and patient, man. One rushed his work a little bit, and the other one was more patient and got the knockout. Got the result he was looking for. Good night though, man. Good night of boxing, man. Shout out to everybody. I hope y'all enjoyed that fight card. And we was rocking out for about 11 hours this weekend, this Saturday. But something else I wanted to get into, interview. Y'all know we react to these interviews. Brian Custer, I did an interview with our guy Derrick James, man. And Spence did one with Andre Moore recently where he touched on a lot of different things. And a lot of people felt like he making excuses now. You fast forward to today, Tim Bradley is saying Errol Spence is a lie. He said Errol Spence is a lie. So let's see what Derrick James was talking about, man, in this interview. Let's get to it. Let him get about 2 more fights up under his belt at 47.
Last Stand with Brian Custer.
That's right. It is the Last Stand. I'm Brian Custer. We bring you the biggest.
Early fall. I mean, I'm hoping anyway, but that I'm not for sure.
Hold on.
I'm good, but I don't know. I'm good, but I don't.
DJ, it's been a little bit. How you doing?
There we go.
It's been a minute. I'm good. I'm doing great, man. No complaints.
Yeah.
Great to see you. Hey, let's start with your fighter, the former undisputed champ, Alicia Baumgardner. What's new with her? When will we see her back in the ring?
Well, she's doing good, but I don't know exactly when she'll be back in the ring. I think that maybe sometime in early fall. I mean, I'm hoping anyway, but that I'm not for sure.
Carolyn Dubois has obviously been linked to her. Carolyn Dubois said Alicia Bumgarner is running out of options when you talk about the elite fighters in the lightweight division. I'm her only
She
real
looked
option.
good under Derrick James the
What's your
second time
thoughts?
around.
I think that's cool. I think that I like the hunger for the fight for her. That Caroline Dubois, she wants to fight. I like that aspect of it. I mean, and
Yeah, Tim Bradley
I think
retired
she
before
has
the fight.
more than that option. But I mean, it's not for me to say or not to say. I mean, I think that when the time is right, they're going to fight.
What did you think? It was about a month ago. Both Alicia Bumgarner and Clarissa Shields were at an MVP event, and Clarissa Shields went up to her and slapped her. What did you think when you saw that video?
I thought it was not real at first. I thought it was, something was going on. But I mean, when I really realized that it was a real thing, I think it's very unfortunate. I think that, they have to be able to exist in the same space at the same time, and somebody can't, let their how they feel about an individual get the best of them or whatever. So, I think that it's unfortunate.
Do you think it's even though I know they both have said if we fought, I would do this to you? Is it realistic? Is the weight disparity just too much for them to ever fight?
I think it is. I think that she's like 40 pounds heavier. I think that, but years ago, Clarissa had the ability to go up and down and fluctuate in different weight divisions. That's how she won all those titles, whatever. But I think that now, I think that it's just a little bit maybe for her. I'm not for sure because I can't speak for her, but it may be unrealistic to do so.
There's also going to be a big fight coming down in Australia. Errol Spence Jr., your former fighter, is returning after 3 years. What do you think is going to happen in that fight?
Well, I always like to stay out of that if it's not my fight or whatever. So I won't ever give a prediction because it's not. I mean, I don't know how he trained. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what preparation was like. So I never really get into that. So I'll just say that, I wish him the best. And, I hope it's really more than that. I hope it's a really good fight. I hope it's a very competitive fight.
Are you surprised that he came back? It's going to be almost 3 years.
No, I think that sometimes it's always about the right time. Maybe he had some things going on that kept him out of it. He's doing some family stuff or something. I heard somebody said he said so. I think he's dealing with that. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, you want to be there for your kids, especially at this they're very young. So you want to be there for them.
DJ, when did your relationship end? And how why did it end? Because you were with Errol since the amateurs.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that the relationship ended when I decided to serve him papers for a particular situation. That's when, because you realize that the relationship is over at that point. So when you serve him papers, it's over.
He
I ain't gonna lie. I hate to see that this is a bond that didn't last, but at the same token, it's still silver lining that Errol Spence could go work with somebody else, maybe prove in some areas, possibly. Who knows? Maybe it's an opportunity just for a different situation. Sometimes relationships run their course, and this one clearly did. High pitched voice. When did you guys? Yeah. VC funny as hell, man.
Recently did an extensive interview with Andre Ward. Errol said, and at one part at the very beginning of the interview, by the way, he talked to Andre and he said he saw how Andre and his trainer, Virgil Hunter, had like a father-son relationship. And Andre Ward said, well, I thought that was kind of like what you and Derrick James had. That's what I saw. And he said, no, he never got that. And now he also said, it could have been me too, but I just never got that from him. Your thoughts about that?
Well, I think that I could never have a father-son in a situation because his father was there. So it's more like a big brother. And I thought that we had something more than what we really, something more than what it really was anyway. I mean, so the answer is I was surprised just as much as Andre Ward was.
Yeah, I think that probably, and you know this, the part that really went viral in the interview was when Andre asked Errol about the Bud Crawford fight. And Errol's reply was, and I'm quoting him, that camp was bullshit. That camp was trash. I've never had the opportunity to ask you about it, but I guess I'm doing it now. How would you describe the camp that you had training for Terrence Bud Crawford?
I won't say that. I won't say that it was. This is what I'll say: is that we weren't able to do everything that we do normally to prepare for a fight. We were. The gym was busy at that time. I mean, like you had this kids running around, the Buddy Jordan kid running around in the gym. So it was like it was a different space. But I know that the whole protocol changed right after that. I know no kids in the gym, no this or that, So it's like I mean, if his perception of that, I had 2 other training camps going on at the same time. So it was like, but they never trained at the same time, but they were going on simultaneously. So I mean, I won't say that it was trash, but it's his perception. So nothing I can do about it.
And so you're not saying, even though you had different training camps going on, it wasn't like he didn't get one-on-one attention.
And no, they never trained at the same time. They only time they would see each other is just they overlapped, right? If somebody came earlier or somebody stayed later. Other than that, they really just never overlapped. I mean, sometimes
I always wondered real quick too, and I said this a while back, that Derrick James had too much on his plate once upon a time that just naturally seemed like it shifted the normal order of things, right? Like the way things were going, you start picking up all these different fighters, Charlos, Anthony Joshua. Remember, you had Frank Martin, Ryan Garcia at one point, and then you just lose all of these guys, and then end up with Alicia, no Errol. I never would have thought that, never. Too many irons in the fire. And I said that back then. Hey, man, shout out the room. Right, yo, right.
And you know what's so ironic about this,
My bad.
KB?
Hey, let me pause it back.
I was going to just say this real quick. You know what's so ironic about this whole situation is, remember, during the press conference, he had somewhat mocked Bomac for having Red and Saul. He was like, oh, it's just me, and y'all got X, Y, Z, and then this is where having, a multiple set of eyes coming in handy. When you got this fighter preparing, that fighter preparing, just to be able to have a coach to give everybody the individual attention that they need. Because although he said everybody wasn't training at the same time, but they was training simultaneously. That kind of means they're training at the same time. Right. And then not on top of that, you also got kids coming in and out the gym and all this other stuff. So,
right.
And at that point, remember, he was preparing Charlo for Canelo. If I'm not mistaken, that was around the same time when Anthony Joshua was preparing for Jermaine Franklin. It just sounded like he had a little bit too much on his plate at the same time, and didn't have other coaches that he could delegate to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's why having a team like they got over that B&B, Bomac, Red, Saul. Now, like, yo, if this guy's working on something, this coach can divert his attention over here. This other guy can go over here. This other guy can go over there. And then now none of the fighters are missing out on their work. So he's damn near saying the same thing that EJ is saying. He's just speaking euphemistically. He don't want to call it some BS, but it's like, bro, if you preparing for Bud Crawford, and this is something that they've talked about for years. Like EJ's whole plan was, I want to become undisputed, then I'll move up. How the hell do you not prepare for this ultimate moment?
Yeah,
that you guys have been talking about for years in interviews.
Years.
Yo, we want to be undisputed. Want to be undisputed. Then when the time comes, you're not preparing. It's like it's madness, bro.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy shit, man. But let's keep rolling. Dang, excellent commentary. Man.
AJ would watch, Errol spar, and and then he would watch Frank spar, or they would, vice versa. They would watch each other, but it was never like I was training them both all three of them at the same time. No.
Was it disappointing when you heard him describe that camp like that?
I mean, I think that it was because you think about it, but I mean, it's for him though. I mean, like, yeah, okay. He said he didn't spar. No, he did spar for 2 weeks, and supposedly he got injured within the last week of the sparring, so he couldn't spar for the next 8 weeks because he suffered an injury in that sparring session. So, or whatever the last week of sparring or whatever. So that's what I mean. So I mean, that's the only thing that was really different was that he didn't have the ability to spar because he was injured.
Mm. And that's let me zero in on that because it's interesting. He said in the interview, I didn't spar for like 6 to 7 weeks. I didn't get no southpaw work. Didn't get prepared at all for Crawford's southpaw stance to prepare me to block his jab. Why? So are you saying at the very beginning of camp he injured himself in your sparring, and so that's why he didn't spar? Why wouldn't he not spar then?
Well, from like the second week of sparring, first of all, he had two guys that were switch hitters, so they both of them fought left-handed, right-handed, and so supposedly one of them injured him. I didn't see when it happened, so I didn't, and he didn't acknowledge that he was injured, and so but the next following week we sparred. Then we took a day off from sparring. Then we sparred again on Saturday. So we didn't spar on Wednesday. Sparred Monday. We sparred Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. We sparred Monday. We didn't spar Wednesday. Then we sparred again on Saturday. So that's when I realized that's because they were like, "Hey man, his ribs are hurt, whatever." So we didn't go Wednesday. But then we came on Saturday. See how it feels. He spars. Then he gets, it's like it's over. He gets out. We kind of, but I don't know if the sparring partners knew because we didn't want them to know. So people, people talk or whatever. And then it's like, we just kind of, I said, listen, you need to go get that looked at, checked out or whatever. And I guess, he did or he didn't. I don't know because I didn't go with them. But, and we just kept working. We just kept working.
And who then made the decision? Because as he says in the interview, I didn't spar for 6. So like, let's say if the ribs got better, who made the decision? Said no sparring.
Well, his father did. His father said he's not sparring. They're gonna save it to the fight. His father is the one who said no sparring, and he was complaining about the way the other guys were sparring. So I mean, so that's who it was.
And he came to you and said that.
Yeah, he said he didn't like the way he said no, he's not sparring. He's not gonna spar. And even the funny thing about it was you try to project when or what. So the week of like we were in Vegas, and I said we can spar a little bit, but spar with one of your buddies who won't shoot body shots if you have injury. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not sparring. No. So he wouldn't even do it then. So it's like hey. It is what it is.
That's a tough situation to be in, the biggest fight of your life, and you can't even train properly and go like put the right work in training camp. And even with all of that work being put in, you still really good chance you come out on the losing end of things. But to have a trash training camp, maybe now we understand why he just looked as bad as what he did. A combination of things. Not to blame nobody. Shit just happened. It's life, man. It happens, man. But that's just some terrible timing for EJ. B score was good, fam. He definitely ran out of gas. Tough, man. You can't go into no fight with the best fighter in the world with no sparring. Yeah, postponing seemed like the right idea, man. Really did. Unfortunate that they didn't get to stop this fight before it went.
I think they probably would have been concerned with the perception of it. It's like, it took this long, and now he's trying to pull out. And then also, as Derrick James mentioned, part of the decision to not put him in there with sparring was being concerned with rumors circulating. Well, not rumors, but in this situation, we know it was true that he was injured, but they seem like they wanted to try to keep that under wraps.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very, very difficult position to be in because you ultimately handicapped. You know what I mean? You got your hands tied at that point. So, it's rough, man, for both of them. Because hearing Derrick James say it and say his side of it, it's like I could understand why he didn't have him sparring.
Mm-hmm.
So, damn, that's
Right.
that's pretty tough, bro.
It is. It's a tough situation to be in. Can't spar because you messed up, and then your dad coming in, stepping in for you, make the OG call. Like, nah, man, my son ain't doing no spar. Said Pops was like, nah, hell nah, man. We gonna take the day off. That shit tough, man. Meanwhile, Bud locked in, tunnel vision out of this world, and y'all struggling and can't. It's crazy, man. That shit is crazy.
And I don't want to dump on Derrick James, but I also feel like there's certain things that he should have been aware of as the lead coach. Because it
Yeah,
sounds like he was leaving a little bit too much up to EJ or to his dad. It's like, yo, I don't know if he got it looked at. What the hell do you mean you don't know? Like, this is the biggest fight of both of y'all's career, respectively. So you should be inquiring, like, hey man, did you go follow up? How was you looking? Because in turn, that dictates what the training schedule is going to be like.
right.
Like, you have to know these things. Like, you can't just, well, I don't know what happened with that. Like the brother just said in the chat. Supposedly he got injured. It's like, did he or did he not? Like, how the hell do you
Yeah,
not know? Like, you got to know these things. You got to be on top
right,
of your fighter.
right.
So maybe that's what EJ was alluding to as far as their relationship not being as ironclad as it appeared to be. On the surface,
Mm-hmm.
you would have thought that these dudes was tight, but
Right,
apparently it was straight business, and
right.
seems like both of them were kind of treating it that way.
Yep. Shout out to the boxing spot. Yeah, man. I think Errol postponing it would have been the only thing that he could have done, man. I think fighting anybody under the conditions would have, I think it would have been even worse. If he was going to fight anybody messed up, why not? It'd be the best person in the world. Talib was good with it. Derrick just quit and he sued him. It seems like he didn't know or didn't care. Yeah, I don't know, man. Then he wanted a bigger split after, I can understand Errol probably like, man, bro, we barely trained for this fucking camp. Like, man, I ain't about to pay you more. And I got my ass beat. EJ was beat. Serve EJ the papers. EJ was beat, man. Like, no, fam. Hell no. But crazy, man. Well, let's keep rolling. Crazy shit, though, man.
Wow.
And this is what I'm saying. Takes nothing away from what Terrence Crawford did. So it's all about something that's in house. Has nothing to do with Crawford. He fought the fight he was supposed to fight.
And that's interesting listening to you say that obviously then you say his father said, hey, no sparring here. Because in the interview, I remember Andre Ward was saying, that's wild. You mean to tell me you had no sparring partners?
Right.
And whose job was that? And he said, Derrick James is the coach, right? Is it so in the past? And was it your job to make sure that you secure sparring partners for him for all of his fights?
No. I never, any other fighters that I train will tell you, I never get their sparring. Because what you understand, PBC has a roster of fighters. So they have a Rolodex thicker than mine, which I don't even have one. So they will pick particular sparring partners and I'll okay them, but I'm not getting them. I'm not looking for them. I'm not doing any of that. But Quinn, like the kid that sparred with him initially, he called me. He called us at the gym, like, and set it up between his buddy. And so, Jordan, he driving back and forth to the gym and do whatever. I don't know, but yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I don't get the spawn partners. I never have. Any of these people who I train to tell you that's not what I'm doing. I'm training them, preparing them for the fight, and I will okay a spawn partner, but I'm not going out looking for them and picking them. I'm not doing that.
During this time, then obviously he's dealing with this injury, and you got Bud Crawford, the biggest fight of your life.
Right.
What were you feeling at this time? Were you like, oh my goodness? I mean, what was your feelings then?
Well, I mean, I think that when you talk about it, he didn't want to pull out the fight. He had something within the contract that said they could move the fight back 3 months, but he didn't want to do that. So, and even when you heard him say that this was big opportunity, whatever he said about he couldn't pass it up or whatever, which he could have moved the fight three months further back to probably get a little feel better, but that didn't happen. So I mean, nothing I can say about it.
And so in the interview, he talked about taking a cortisone shot. That's what that was
Right.
about then.
Right. That's why I influenced him. Like you have to take a shot. You gotta do something, because if you're not gonna pull out, if you're not gonna, he didn't spar. Even the last couple of weeks when I was like, hey, listen, you can just move around. They won't throw body shots. And I mean, so that's what the cortisone shot was about. So listen, you got to get a shot or something to kind of deaden the pain or whatever.
All of this is really interesting because I'm listening to you.
That's crazy.
I didn't know that his father always play it that big of a part?
No, not really. But this particular time, he did, because I mean, it's like they knew something that I didn't know, right? Because initially I didn't know I didn't know he was injured. But then when I found out, I told him, you should call your people, call your management, let your people know. And so, and that didn't happen until, because this is the thing about boxing. Fighters fight with all types of injuries. So it's not like this is the first time that happened to us. But I mean, most guys' wrists hurt, knuckles hurt. I mean, nose may be sore. I mean, jaw could be sore, knocked off track. There's so many different things happen in boxing. So it's not like fighters don't fight injured, right? Because it happens all the time. I mean, guys.
Yeah, but you can't go into no Bud Crawford type fight with that many type of problems. Like I could get some little nagging shit here or there where you able to work through it, fight through it. But nah, this dude had a cortisone shot. He had to get a cortisone shot for his rib for the pain. Couldn't spar. Dad stepped in. Training camp week. You was looking bad in sparring when you did spar. From what I heard, you was getting beat up by Quentin Randall. And he knew from the rip you was going to get your ass handed to you because of how you was looking. There's just too many things going wrong to get in there with a Bud Crawford under them circumstances. You asking to get beat up how he got beat up. The more they both talk, the more I realize I have no more questions as to why that fight looked as dominant for Bud as it did. Money grab for EJ. Urban Mac, what's good with it? I don't think it was. Listen, they prize fighters boxing spots. So what you saying is true to it. It's definitely going to be about the money, but for EJ, I think it was that. I think it was the opportunity. I think it was delivering for the fans. It was a combination of all those things. You're not trying to turn down the biggest opportunity, financially and career-wise, right? You're not willing to. The fact that he fought through it says a lot about Errol Spence, bro. And I know that shit popped in his mind. I wish that's something that they would have asked if Andre. Well, I don't believe he asked it. Like, did you feel any pressure? Maybe he did. Did pressure to pull out, and like what was his real thoughts, genuine thoughts about that? Like, did you think people was gonna look at it like you ducking? Because make no mistake about it, neither guy had the leeway to be able to pull out the fight without facing major scrutiny and criticism. They both would have got it on both sides, let alone EJ being the guy that he is. They would have looked for that. They'd be like, see, told you he ain't won it. So I was 5K, which they told me. I feel you, Talib. I feel you. Urban Mac, my dog, yeah, he looked bad. Yeah, he was down before the fight. Yeah, he was gonna lose regardless, man. He ain't prepared. You can't have that shitty ass camp and think you're gonna beat Terrence Crawford. Good luck with that. Could have had a great camp. Could have had the best training camp ever and still got your ass beat by Crawford, but let alone a bad one. That's weaken your chances of ever beating somebody like that. Yeah, sacrifice for his family. So back to what I was saying about the boxing spot. Definitely money grab, fan, but combination of them standing on business, wanting to get the fans to fight, like, you get me, and didn't want that opportunity. You never know. You postpone it, then it don't happen. You know what I mean? So you never know. Tomorrow's not promised, especially in boxing. So the more I hear, the more I respect him going out there, giving us the fight, because even though it was a lot of money, that's still risk. Like, think about it. You gotta be a different kind of dude to go into this kind of fight with those kind of problems, fam. and make it to 9 rounds. That man still made it 9 rounds, y'all. He wasn't good at all, fam. As you're going into a fight, knowing you ain't good. You get me? He said it. He knew the camp was shit. He said he had the feeling and all that, right? It's tough, man. It's tough. Let's keep rolling though. Ant, you got something you wanted to say before I hit the play on it?
Nah, I would have pulled out, man. Not pulled out, but I would have postponed. Hell, I didn't see Arthur Beterbiev, like, one of the super soldiers of the sport. Remember, he had postponed the fight with Anthony Yard. If I'm not mistaken, it was like a toothache or something like that.
Right.
He had to get some dental work and had to postpone. It's like, yo, if you got to postpone, you got to postpone.
Right.
Sure.
And I say some of that is the fighters listening to too much to the fans. You know what I'm saying? Too much. Do what's best for you. But I think EJ, in a sense, he probably felt like he was doing best for what was best for him. Secure that bag for his people. And you heard what he said. Like, it wasn't just about money, because he named just a couple fights that he ain't even touched checks from. He had said so. It wasn't just him trying to, gain people and get the money. But I think it was him trying to seize the moment. Like, it's right here now, and all this anticipation. There's a lot of pressure to make that fight happen when it got scheduled. Think about all the shit they went through with negotiations, how long it took them to fight who they fought and get their way to each other. It's tough. It's tough, man. So I respect it. But I understand the people that's like, I bet, man, I wish you would have let us know what was up. But it's tough. That's never going to happen. But I totally understand it, because we can't even be sure that we're getting the best product possible if somebody is hampered and injured. You know what I'm saying? Nah, boxing spot. You're right. Yeah, they would have called him a duck. Make no mistake about it. Either guy postponed, especially at EJ. Oh, see, told y'all PBC scary ducking. They would have took that shit and ran with
it. Hell yeah. I remember it went as far as
Ankle
people saying that remember he was taking the quote unquote easy route. Like that was the detraction when it came to Errol Spence. So it was easy route Spence.
Yeah, easy route Spence. Yeah. Bud B's easy route Spence. I remember somebody naming a channel that. Bud B's easy route Spence. That's how crazy that was. But
so had he postponed, bro, man, it would have been pandemonium. I told y'all he was scared. This the reason why he was in the PBC protection program.
Yeah. It look wild now to be asking for more money after you know what kind of training camp you had. Now you kind of feel like, you make up your mind. I ain't trying to side with nobody, but if I could understand where EJ is coming from, but I could also understand Derrick James. Hey man, this is the biggest fight of your life. I need that little that Frank Martin was looking for. That's all. But shout out to them. Hopefully one day they bury their hatchet, man. I hope so.
Because you got to think about it's a hope and a prayer that you go through training camp with no injuries at all. But nothing so severe as this, because this is like something that's really
real
real.
Quick, I'm trying not to stop it too much, y'all. But look, you said you got to hope and pray that shit don't go wrong in training camp. I told y'all. Do you know how hard it is to get through months without nothing going wrong? Think about it. Some of us can't get through a day, a few hours at a time without some shit going wrong, let alone months in the training camp. You done had a whole career. You've been drinking, tossed from a car. No tune-up, man. That's why I choose to have the respect for the sport, man. Told y'all, man, this is validation of what I've always said on this channel, bro. Getting through a training camp is no guarantee. It ain't no walking apart. You get what I'm saying? Nothing is for sure. Like anything can happen. You need so many things to go right, and all it takes is the smallest of details to be out of whack, out of sync, and it could cost you the fight. Crazy to know that.
Fighter that's punching and hitting you all over the, Crawford has a selection of punches you throw, so that's a possibility to hit him to the body. So I think that, that's just what it is.
Hey, so let me try to clear something up, because I think what went viral and listening to the episode, his interview with Andre Ward, you get the sense that Derrick James said we ain't sparring, and then B, all he did was hit the mitts, because that was what he said. All we did was hit the mitts.
Right. Well, listen. I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize, but so we did hit the mitts, right? But when we hit the mitts, I throw punches back. You gotta think about this. So we're working. I'm going 14 rounds nonstop, throwing punches, moving to boxing. So I have to be in shape also to be able to do what we do. If you go back and watch, because I saw where he said that I didn't throw punches back at him. Well, when we're doing the mitts, I'm throwing punches back at him all the time. I'm not doing that Mayweather mitts stuff. I'm like actually moving, stepping around, boxing, doing this and doing that. So I'm not, I'm not doing any of that. Whatever that
I
is they
feel
do.
Derrick. He don't like
We're,
that
we're,
shit.
we're really boxing. We're really moving around. If you look at the media day, like he said that I didn't throw punches at him, but look at the media day. I'm throwing punches at him. I mean, I always throw punches at him. I always throw punches to everybody I train. So for you to say that I didn't throw punches at you was
That
like,
media day was weird too.
hey man,
It
I
wasn't
don't know
nothing
what's
like
going
that.
on.
That was the weirdest media day Errol Spence
And,
ever had.
when he made this statement about, well, I didn't prepare me for, we didn't know about his southpaw stance and trying to block his jab from the southpaw stance.
Go watch the media day. I mean, I didn't. I mean, listen, I, 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 I can't say what it is, why he said what he said. I mean, I think that I don't know, cause I can't. I mean, but all you have to do is watch some video, watch me throwing punches at him left-handed, because remember he couldn't spar, so I'm the guy. I'm the one throwing shots at him. I'm the one throwing punches at him. I'm the one going 14 rounds with him on the mitts, throwing punches at him nonstop. So I had to be the sparring partner because he wouldn't, and I knew I wasn't throwing shots to the body because I'm working on reaction time. I said you need to maybe spar with one of your buddies because I know they won't throw punches at you. I won't say the guy's name that I said because he, he's in his pocket, so I won't say that name, but I'll say that I recommended that you spar with this guy because he'll know not to throw body shots at you. But he, no, I ain't doing it. So I'm like, well, nothing I can do about it.
Wow. How would you compare, let's say, the biggest camp of your career compared to the fight like right before was Ugas?
Right.
How were they vastly different? I mean, obviously, I'm assuming because Ugas you sparred, and
right.
Was it how vastly different were they?
This is what I'll say about that: is that was my toughest training camp ever. With Crawford. Because you got to remember, I'm the sparring partner. I'm going 14 rounds, throwing punches nonstop, moving around, and I'm training 3 fights. I'm for 3 fighters: Anthony Joshua, Frank Martin. They both won their fights. They both sparred 3 days a week. So the only reason why he didn't spar because his father said he's not sparring, and he had an injury. So I don't even know why you would even say that. Like leave it open as if you didn't, it was because of me, when in actuality, if you get injured the second week of sparring and your father say you're not sparring anymore, why should I get some sparring partners? We're not sparring. I had to accept the fact that I have to be that person. I have to be the person to throw mitts at him nonstop. I go to the gym, I go running, I work out, I stay fit. And so I'm working nonstop with all 3 of those guys. So I don't know what will make him say those things that he said, especially when there were people in the gym who saw me throw punches at him, who know why he wasn't sparring.
At any point where you're like, I can't believe this, the biggest fight of my life, and this is what I'm dealing with.
I mean, it's like, it's life, man. What you want to do? I mean, it's like, if he didn't want to, pull out and reschedule, which I mean, listen, man, most fighters don't want to do that. I think it's the fight in him, it's the dog in him that really wants to just keep fighting a fight, opposed to, in their mind, it's like maybe it's a cowering out, like, or a different situation. But I mean, you have to go get it. I mean, that's what he did, and that's what he wanted to do or tried to do, I guess. And hey.
Based off of that, at one point in the interview, he said, I knew I was going to lose. Just from the way my body felt. But I understood that this was a big payday. It was going to generate wealth for my family. So he obviously said in his mind, he was thinking that. Were you thinking that at the same time?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No. No, I mean, I really don't. No, I didn't think that. I thought, I mean, I was, because it was going so well. Only thing we weren't doing was sparring, but I was the sparring partner. Everybody in Vegas in the gym, he was going 14 rounds with Derrick on the mitts, right? He's fighting a 12-round fight, so I said, okay, we'll go 14 rounds, some days 16 rounds. And so it's like, I mean, you just, I never knew he had that ideal. He felt like that. I mean, if you go into a fight knowing you're gonna lose, you're gonna do just what you want, just what you believe you're gonna do. But like I said, it had nothing to do with Chance Crawford because he prepared for that version of Errol Spence fought Ugas, that Errol Spence fought Sean Porter. That's what he prepared for. So it's not, I mean, being injured, that's part of the game. I mean, it's not, you can't, it's rarely that you can talk to a fighter and say they were never injured into going into any fight.
At one point in the interview, Andre Ward, these guys, they showed a video of Spence in the locker room. And he talked about, he said, Errol, you had droopy eyes. He said, you just looked sleepy, even when you walked out. Did you notice that at any time right before you guys did your walkout?
I mean, you know, I really was focusing on his boxing and his movement in the locker room. So I wasn't even like focused on that aspect of it. I was just looking at, you know, what his reaction time, how he was moving. That's what I was focused on more than anything else.
What was going through your mind then? He gets dropped early in the fight. And I remember, because obviously at the time, Showtime, we were calling that fight. We had the audio and the camera. And it was almost like Derrick James was like imploring, what is wrong with you? You got to move your head off the line. And you were like imploring. Were you saying to yourself, what is wrong with my fighter here?
Well, I didn't go to, I just said that. I mean, you know, like, just it's all kind of things, reason why you get knocked down. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just saw it wasn't really a hard punch. He got, you know, knocked down or whatever. And I was telling him to move his feet. And people like, well, that's why you kept telling me, because listen, if you don't take the first instruction, I can't give you another instruction after that. Because if you're going to stand right in front of the fighter, I mean, you know, that's not from your advantage. That's not the advantage point for you as the fighter. But I think that, this is what he would always say. It was just, finally didn't work out for me. I would say I always move, step, move, or do whatever, right? He said, if I'm right in front of them, then they right in front of me. But this day, that situation, he had to pay for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Right.
Man, they wrapped up their conversation in that interview, talking about your legal situation that you guys had. Obviously, you guys had a legal situation about getting paid, what you were supposed to be due in there. And Andre Ward asked him about, getting over on, Derrick. And he said, and I'm quoting Errol Spence, he said, quote, I came to your house. I brought you your check. So if I was trying to get over on you, why would I come to your house and bring you your money? Is what he said.
Well, this is what I'll say about that. Is that I'll just show you this. This is from the court filings. If you read what it says, that's from the legal court filings. And then this is what I'll say, that from another page of the official documents, said, and I'm quoting him, said that he was honest enough and thoughtful enough to admit that he robbed me. This is quoting him. And if you go back in the court documents, you'll see that exactly. He said that he would wrong me and he had to own up to his shit because that's what he did to me. So if you see that, I won't say what he admitted, how much money he made to me on another date. But what I'll say is that, this everything right here is in the court filing. So I'm not saying anything that nobody can find out. And I don't even know why he wasn't challenged when he said that, or that they didn't go look it up.
Yeah.
because they would find out. So you put out something that's not even true for no reason at all. Because I mean, you found this what does it say at the bottom? It's like it's from the filings, it's from the court filings. So
Yeah, so it looks like he only initially gave you 350,000, but had to give you well over 2 million, I guess, after the so wow, interesting stuff.
That's
by
definitely
the way,
interesting, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Dang. He's showing Derrick came with some receipts, man. It's the first time the truth might be in a little bit of question, man. Derrick came with the receipts, man. But like I said, I just hope at the end of the day they're able to patch things up as men and move on, man. Shit happens, but I know both of these dudes continue life. Their life ain't stopped once they split up with each other. So just shit happens, man. It's a dirty business. Dirty business. But he definitely came with some receipts. Shout out to Derrick James.
After you had that fight, you also had another big one with Jermell Charlo.
Right.
Because Jermell Charlo fought Canelo. Listen, we had Jermell Charlo on The Last Stand. I'm just going to tell you, Derrick James. And, I had to ask him. I said, he talked about he wants to fight Errol Spence and he would love that fight. And I said, that would be some interesting storylines because Errol was trained by Derrick James. You were trained by Derrick James. I said, now neither one of you are. And I said, let me ask you something, Jermell Charlo. What happened to the relationship? I want you to listen to what Jermell Charlo had to say.
Derrick James, he started getting a little bit more fighters and a little bit more hype, and I felt like our communication changed. We wasn't the same. Derrick James a cool kid and all that, laid back and all that, but he wanted his way. Like you as a coach, y'all coaches work for the fighter. Of course, you want everything to be your fighter's way, but if a fighter really is a cold fighter and he a champion, he respects you as a coach and a leader, but he also makes his decisions on what's best for him. This coach coming to the game and try to tell you, nah, nobody can come to the gym. Nah, you telling me like what's taking my comfort away? I remember one time Errol had a dog and I had a dog too. We wanted our dog to be training while we sitting there watching. Derrick ain't letting none of that type of shit happen. Then he running around like, I don't know. It's just a lot got to Derrick. He wasn't the same during this fight. He didn't train me as much as everybody thinking during this fights or half of these fights. Anyways, I always had Juan Guzman, who will be my main trainer. I got Holland Williams Sr.
Real quick, I'm only going to respond just because you might be asking a genuine question. By receipts, he just showed the text messages that described the money that he was paid out and what he was eventually given when it was all said and done. So those are the receipts. Like what he said is proof to what he's saying. He's not just talking. You get what I'm saying? He's not just talking. You could clearly see that there was some discrepancy in the money. And he went as far as saying that even by his own words, he said that he robbed him. So that's something to think about. But let's keep going. We get towards the end, y'all.
Chief, I got Nick. I got a lot of different people that we gonna work together. That we good. I don't need. What are you talking about? I already did all that shit. I done knocked these motherfuckers off. What they want to do? Run into one of these right hands? Oh, my bad. I get a little angry. I don't need none of these motherfucking coaches. The coach need us. Then they treat us like you too big. Don't get too big, coach. Calm down, coach. I'm the one that was your first champion, this and that and the third. What you talking about? Sit back and let me get this money and you be cool. And it was like that, but he's starting out having his own personal feeling towards everybody and
Yo,
everything.
Charlo is
that's
a fool.
That's what ruined you. You can go in the ring. You can't go in a world title fight. You got to remember, Anthony Joshua was getting ready for his. He fought right before I fought, and then Errol Spence fought right before I fought. How much training camp do you think I had with Derrick James? But then whenever he come, he with this big ego, and everybody got to listen to him because he the main coach. No, nigga, it don't work like that. You better shut the fuck up. I've been training my ass off with this dude that came from New York. He sleep in my house. We wake up, eat breakfast, and cook and train. And then when you come in town, you don't even speak to him or even check on to see how I'm training. What's messed up about it? I went through that during that Canelo time, bro. You don't even check in, nothing. You don't even know what's going on. Hardly even see you during the fight week.
That was Jermell Charlo. Give me your response. That was a lot. Give me your response.
Well, this is what I'm gonna start out with saying that I'm 54 years old. I'm not staying in the house with you and your woman. as a man, I should never be staying in the house with you, your woman, and your kids. And that's why I stopped staying when he got into a relationship. Because years before I would stay with him, right? But when he got a woman, his kid living in the house, I'm not staying in the house with them. So I start paying for my own hotel. That's what you don't understand. I pay for my own hotel. I fly myself in town. I have my own per diem. So for a training camp like that, I probably spend about $25,000 to $30,000 out of my own pocket.
Wow.
So because you gotta think about this. For that camp, I was in Houston for 7 weeks. So Anthony Joshua fought August 12th. All right. So after that, the week after that, when I wanted to come home, they said, no, you can't go home. I said, why? They said, you got to go to New York for the press conference with Canelo. So from that point, when I went to the press conference with Canelo, that was the week after, that was the weekend. I flew there on Monday. Press conference on Tuesday or Wednesday, one of the two. After that, I was with him from that point on. I went home to get my clothes because I had been gone for a month and a half from my house. I went home, switched clothes, then went to Houston to train him for 7 weeks. So who knows what he's talking about? I mean, the thing about it is my visits, my stay in Houston was very documented because, like I said, I paid for my hotel. I paid for my airline tickets. I had to rent a car for 7 weeks. Think about that. Think about how much that costs. You renting a hotel room for 7 weeks. I will fly home on Saturday night, come back on Monday. So for 7 weeks now, the last week, only week I didn't do that was the last week of training camp. Other than that, I will fly home on Saturday, come back on Monday for 7 weeks.
Why do you think he said, I hardly even saw him. He hardly even trained me for half those fights. And then he ended it by saying that for Canelo, I didn't hardly see him for fight week.
Well, this what I'm gonna tell you. So see, he only had Guzman when he lost that fight to Brian Castagna. Or we had a draw, whatever.
Draw.
Yeah. But okay, but yeah, Guzman trained him for that fight. I trained him for 2 weeks, and then he never came back to Dallas. He was in Dallas, he never came back. So he let Guzman train him. So when he had that whatever the draw, then so for the next fight, because it's like my name and my reputation is on the line. I don't care about none of that, what you talking about. But you see what happened when he knocked the guy out. That was when
Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. How you feeling, Mike? Hope you enjoyed the weekend and these fights this past weekend.
I trained him. So then when he fought again for Canelo, so Guzman was only with him for 3 training camps. But he trained him for the first Brian Castagna fight. The second fight I trained him for, and the Canelo fight I trained him for. But I mean, you can't make somebody fight who don't want. You know what I mean, hey, I don't know what to say, but hey, me talking to the assistant who speaks Spanish. What am I gonna say to him? Like, what are we gonna talk about? I can barely understand what he's saying. So, I mean, that's no disrespect to him, but I mean, if I'm in training camp, you getting instructions for me, and I'm talking to you, and you talking to me. What am I telling somebody else? I work for you. I'm working with you. Me and him I don't dislike that man. I don't have nothing to do with him. But I'm not gonna stay in your house. That's for sure. If that's what you wanted, I'm not doing that because I mean, that's disrespectful.
Who ended that?
Man, that's really interesting. All the stuff he said about like far as the gym, people having kids, dogs, all types of shit in the gym. Derrick James, I mean, shit. It's a lot of coaches out here that want things a certain way. They run a tight ship. I hear Ronnie Shields is one of them. I hear that's one of the reasons why Jamel wasn't with him because he wanted Ronnie to move and come to his gym, right? Similar to the shit you hearing what Derrick James is saying. He's saying Derrick wanted all his way. The same shit with Ronnie Shields there, huh? So I get it, man. It sounded like Charlo just started feeling himself. Became undisputed. He was getting knockouts and shit. It seemed like he started feeling himself the way he was talking. Like, I don't know. That shit just seemed weird, man. It just seemed weird, but the end of the day, man, y'all had some good wins together. Y'all had some good wins and some good fights.
How did that
Sounds like both of them was feeling
we
themselves,
both were
honestly.
real. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Right.
Because Charlo did say something. Because all three of them have basically confirmed that his time was being split. Errol Spence said it. You know, he wasn't really training like that. Charlo said he got however many camps running concurrently. And Derrick James said the same thing. Like, I'm training Anthony Joshua, I'm training Frank Martin, and da-da-da. So I think that all of them were probably having a moment simultaneously, like where they were all feeling themselves. Because, I mean, you Derrick James, you got an undisputed champion. You got another guy who's got 3 belts. He's on the verge of being undisputed. Then you got Frank Martin, who is looking like the prospect of the year at the time. You know what I mean? And then other fighters want to come to you. Anthony Joshua, Ryan Garcia, you becoming a commodity. So you got all this stuff going on. And Charlo also alluded to, he was like, yo, it just wasn't the same as it was before. And it sounded like all these guys kind of just wanted his undivided attention. Well, the main 2 guys. And Derrick, understandably so. I mean, as you grow in cachet, so do you grow in clientele. You know, more people want to come to you. So it's very difficult. Because on one hand, I could understand Derrick James growing. You know, you get more high profile fighters. That comes with prestige, more money, so on and so forth. But if you just keep it with your main 2 guys, then you know you're able to give them more of what they feel they need from an attention standpoint. So it's difficult. It's like, do you stay with these main 2 guys and keep everything real tight knit, or do you take the chance and expand? And as a result, you know, things may get watered down in a sense. So it's difficult, man, to say like who was wrong in the situation. Well, we don't know what the mother guys was making though. If you don't know what the mother guys were making, or what kind of shot they have now. I mean, we could say that in retrospect, but at the time there was no saying what the ceiling would be. Especially if you look at Frank Martin, he was trending upwards. Had good wins over Michelle Rivera. What's my man's name? Jackson Marinas and Duno. So things were trending upward. But it seemed like there was just like a big lapse in communication between all of them.
You know what? It seemed like you can't never tell no trainer. Like, just seeing how shit went with Coach Calvin, Kenny, and Tank. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. I'm not mad at no coach for having more than just one fighter. You gotta think they gotta have life after outside of just one fighter. Can't build your whole entire life perhaps possibly off one fighter, especially if you got talent. You know what I mean? You should be able to pick up other fighters and, you know what I mean, keep the bags flowing in for yourself. But I think ultimately when he started to juggle more eggs, man, it seemed like things got a little more difficult. Communication slipped. He got better. It went from a certain type of energy to something different. Like when you add Ryan and Anthony Joshua in the mix, right? Should just seem different. You know what I'm saying? They just didn't fit the mold. Like, all right, you can understand Charlo, the EJ, the Frank Martins, right? That shit made sense. But then you get the AJs and the Ryan Garcias, and that shit just like, huh? And then Ryan start talking shit about Errol Spence and make comments about Frank Martin, making shit weird. It's just like everything just got weird once he took on extra fighters. And I'm not saying anybody's at fault for it, but it just seemed like obviously you involved with more situations and it increased the chances of something going wrong. Or somebody feeling like, man, he got too many people. You heard what Charlo said. Oh man, he got to get more fighters, and almost was talking like it was an issue. Like, oh, because he got more fighters, he think he can have it all his way. Like, nah, man, Derrick James probably just a straightforward dude. He wants shit a certain way to feel like, you know what I mean, he getting the most out of him. Canelo, Derrick knew that.
Yeah, but I think another thing too, man, from a relationship standpoint or like a responsibility standpoint, it seemed like Derrick James. There's a couple of things that he said that I'm kind of like, I don't know about that, Derrick. Like I understand it, but I don't know. Like it's like you kind of got to be on top of some of these things. Like for example, in one breath, he said that he wasn't responsible for the selection of sparring partners. That they lead that to PBC because they got a whole Rolodex of fighters, and then they tell their fighters who they're gonna spar and so on and so forth. And then later on in the interview, he says, "Oh well, you know, I was working with him doing 14 rounds because I knew he was gonna do 12 rounds, and I'm throwing punches back at him, and I knew that he couldn't have a sparring partner because of the injury and so on and so forth. So why would I put him in there with somebody? And I'm just trying to, I got to be in the best shape that I can. And it feels a little bit contradictory. So it's like, on one hand, are you responsible for sparring and overseeing that, or are you not? Right. And like also the other thing too is like if Charlo is already working with Joan Guzman and he's not a new face in the camp, to just be that dismissive, like, well, he speaks Spanish, so what am I going to talk to him about? You talking about your damn fighter, and you guys collaborate and come up with a game plan, like no different than BNB, like Bomac, Saul, Red, like all those guys, and even Bernie, a guy like Bernie, who's like an ancillary piece or an auxiliary piece. These guys work in tandem because one of these guys may have an idea about what the tactic needs to be. Another one may have an idea on, you know, like shit, what do we need to drill as far as footwork is concerned? Or this or that. So I feel like even if there is somewhat of a language barrier, the one thing that you guys can find common ground on is the guy that you're training. But to just be like, well, like what am I supposed to say to him? Like, bro, you the head coach. Because even with the Brian Castano fight, the draw, which he put all of the onus on that on Joan Guzman, who was the lead coach in that fight. It was Derrick James, if I'm not mistaken. I do remember seeing Derrick James in that corner. So it's like,
Everybody hit that
yo,
like button.
y'all gotta collaborate. Y'all gotta figure that out. And I do remember there being a rumor about Derrick James and Blu-ray having friction. And remember, like Blu-ray was there when EJ was had that was 11 fight winning streak or something like that, all the way up until like Kell
Right,
Brook. And then we
right,
start hearing about egos and how certain coaches don't want to, you know, share the spotlight and all that other stuff. So on one hand, Derrick James, he really does come off as like a kind of like a straightforward guy, but by the same token, I can see how all of them could clash a little bit because they all seem kind of stubborn, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Like they all seem pretty rigid.
Shower peace, Queen. How you feeling? Yeah. Yes, indeed. Boxing.
They all seem pretty rigid in their approach. It's like, bro, if you got
Mm-hmm.
a guy that can contribute, collaborate with him and see how we can maximize this. Instead of it just
Mm-hmm.
being like, oh well, what am I supposed to say to him? What the hell do you mean? You
Right,
feel me? It's like
right,
every other sport, you have multiple people on the staff. Like, look at how many coaches you have on a football staff.
right,
You got the head coach, you got an offense coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coach, you got a linebackers coach, defensive backs coach, you got a running back coach, quarterback coach. You know what I mean? You got coaches for everything. And these guys work in collaboration in tandem together to make the dream work. So I'm like with Derrick James, I mean, this is no disrespect to him, but it's like, yo, if you got all of these fighters and you feel like you can't give them the attention that they need, you either got to do one or two things. You need to trust somebody else to help you keep things on track, or you got to scale it back and just stick with your original two, or I guess you could kind of put Frank Martin in that mix because he's like more so like an extension of EJ, but like just keep your three guys. Just keep your three guys. You bringing in all these extra fighters, but you don't have the time and you don't have the eyes. And then not only that, but all of these guys have different gifts and individual needs to make sure, like, you know, their styles, they can be maximized, you know what I mean, to the best of their capabilities. Because as much as I like Errol Spence, I don't feel like Errol Spence should be fighting exactly like Jamel Charlo, or like Jamel
Right.
Charlo shouldn't be fighting the same way as Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be fighting the same way as Frank Martin, because they all got different gifts. But if you that
Mm-hmm.
one guy and you only see things one way, which is not a bad thing, but this style
It
may
could
not
get
suit these
early,
guys.
these different personalities and shit.
And that's the other part of it too, KB, the personalities. It's like knowing how
Mm-hmm.
to manage personalities.
Right.
It's like once
Right.
upon a time he probably could have been more available for Jamel Charlo. Jamel, to me, he seemed like he needs somebody that's available, which is probably why he enlisted Joan Guzman, because Joan Guzman probably doesn't have an issue with being available the way that Jamel needs him to be. Like, everybody's personality is different, and EJ seems to be a little bit more detached to where he probably doesn't need as much from a personal standpoint. With him, it could possibly just be like, okay, let's fine tune and work on just like these specific areas of work. But like, yeah, like the other thing too is like, I don't understand how you be like, oh well, that's disrespectful. I ain't gonna come stay at your house. It's like,
Yeah.
man, if y'all working in camp together and the dude, like, that's something that fighters and trainers have been doing for how long?
Yeah, facts. People get Airbnbs, camp houses, and everything.
Airbnbs, you feel me? And the whole
Mm-hmm.
camp is there. They cooking out. They having a good time. They
And
doing.
yeah, right. Because you build that little bit of camaraderie there, and it's just an energy thing, man. Everybody vibe out, put the work in. You got people to push you, motivate you, keep each other in check, hold each other accountable. That shit, it's a benefit to that. But I get it. Seemed like Derrick James just, I guess it's truth to it. He wanted how he wanted, right? He liked what he liked. He used to what he used to, and he ain't wrong for that. He
And
ain't
he's
wrong.
been successful doing it his way too, right? So
Right,
it's like,
right,
I also,
right.
one point that you made some time ago, and I agree with it 1000%, and I have to put my stamp on it, is this: it's like we can't just reduce this dude's career to, the handful of losses, because they've been far more successful. Like, fucking Errol Spence is what, 28-1. Jamel Charlo has what, two
Right.
losses. Tony Harrison and Canelo. This dude was undisputed. EJ was one belt away from undisputed. Frank Martin only lost one fight with him, and that was to Tank. You know what I mean? So it's like this dude has been largely successful.
Right. It's
Largely
crazy.
successful.
It's crazy they didn't have another fight after he lost. Him and Derrick. Crazy how that worked.
Yeah, but I think some of it was probably because, that's where things kind of reached their peak as far
Yeah,
as
yeah. A lot of different. He was juggling a lot of different hats, man. A lot
juggling.
of different fighters.
Exactly.
Hmm. People start feeling like naturally they just less of the priority or the focal point. Like I've heard Troy Isley left B&B because of that reason. I mean, not feeling like he was quite the focal point. Like, just got to go. That's why it's like finding the right team in boxing is like finding a pair of gloves that fit perfectly or something. You know what I'm saying? Like you need it to fit.
Absolutely.
It needs to make sense. Ain't no forcing. You know what I mean? A square inside a circle. Like, you just can't do it. You can't do it. No trainer should have more than two champs. It's tough to say. I can't say that because think about it. You gotta think about life outside of those fighters. Some of these dudes fighting once and twice a year. What is the trainer supposed to do for income? Like, did people know that Derrick James was still like working and stuff while he was doing all this? Hosting like I think some like a training class or something. I gotta ask my guy, but yeah, like, dudes be having find ways to make up for that money. Think about it, because you getting paid one time, you can't live off you know what I mean, just all year round like that. You get what I'm saying? So, or I think it's risky. It's possible, but it's very risky. So I think it's whatever you can manage, whatever you can juggle, whatever you can handle. I do think it's not the quantity of fighters that he had. To me, it was the multiple different, all those contrasting personalities, I think, all in the same pool. Like, I wasn't fully surprised to see it kind of fall apart, but the way it did, but when you really look at it, Ryan, Joshua, Frank Martin, Errol Spence, then you got Charlo. It's like, you get me? It's like, it's all different personalities, man. They probably all require different things to feel comfortable and be great.
Absolutely. And
Mhm.
and things probably got even more complicated due to scheduling. Like, around that time, think about how many of those guys had fights lined up within weeks of each other.
Right.
And he's
Right.
just one guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think he spread himself a little thin. I do. And I think him not having the same, like, the help that you alluded to, that he mentioned that Bomac has, I think that caught up to him. Now he might not want to say that, or maybe he don't feel that way, but that's what it looked like to me from the outside looking in. It's not a negative thing. It's no knock on him. But I just think sometimes shit could go a certain way when you juggling a lot. Your intentions as well. You mean well for everybody, but then you start getting to the point where you having conflicting schedules. Like he said, dudes overlapping. Somebody might have stayed longer, come earlier. Just the littlest thing, and then throw something out of whack, throw something off, and now you get what I'm saying? Now you walk out the gym that day feeling like you might need a new situation or something. Like, you just never know. It's so much stuff to consider. But I'm never gonna tell no trainer that they should only have a certain amount of fighters. Or, I mean, you do what you can handle. I understand the sentiment though, because you don't want to bite out more than you could chew. At the same token, you don't want to put your eggs just in the
yeah,
fight.
gotta have a staff though, bro. If you're gonna do that, to do it successfully, like if you look at all of
Lewis was good, homie.
the top coaches that have done it, they
Mm-hmm.
all have situations where they have complementary pieces. Like when you
Yes.
think about Robert
Yes.
Garcia, it's not just Robert Garcia, it's the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. Like he got
Yes.
Pita and a whole bunch of other people in the
Yes.
gym. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like it's not just Robert Garcia.
You
He
get what
may
I'm
be the head
saying? And
coach in the
that
corner, but throughout the course of a camp, I'm
you
pretty
know,
sure that these guys are getting the individualized attention they need.
you make a great point, bro. And to add to it, like, you just think, yo, you bringing in all these fighters, but where's the help to you know what I'm saying? To kind of where are the extra bodies that's helping you maintain all of these people? You can't tell me you add 3 more fighters to your plate without the actual trainers and you just perfectly fine. Like, no, you need the help because you only one person. You only could be at one place at a time. You get what I'm saying? Like, nah, you definitely, like you said, like you got B&B, you got Robert Garcia, Boxing Academy, you got a team.
What's my man's name? Salas out there in Vegas. He got a
Think
whole
about
boxing
this,
academy.
right? You got a team of fighters. Where's your team of coaches? In every other sport, you was just talking about the other sports, they got multiple coaches. Where are the other coaches at to help you? That's all. We're not saying that you need it, but we saying that you need it, right? You need it, fam. Like, you needed help, man. I think it just became a lot, man. But you know, maybe it's a learning experience for him. Maybe a learning experience. Let's keep rolling. No, we at the end, man. We got about 10 more minutes of this. It's a good interview as always by Brian Custer.
I'm not gonna go. I'm just gonna say we both did.
Okay.
We both
he
did
needs
because I'm not going. I'm not gonna. Because I mean, when I was in London, when they called me and told me I had to go to the press conference, I told them I didn't want to go, but I ended up going anyway. But I didn't want. I said I don't want to do it. I don't want to go. I'm not training him
for the Canelo fight.
For the Canelo fight, yeah, because I was gone for a month and a half already. I went from being in Vegas for a month to being in London for 3 weeks, so really almost 2 months.
It was good, bro.
I was like, I'm going home. They're like, no, you got to go to New York. Said, no, I'm not going. I'm not, But I did it anyway. I trained him anyway. But, and it's all about, your commitment to it. I was committed to it, but I just did, 7 weeks there. And, I mean, he was unfortunate. He didn't win the fight. There's nothing I can do about it.
So after, all of that, so you have Errol, he takes that big loss.
Right.
Then Mel takes that loss. Eventually, Frank Martin, obviously gets stopped by.
Yeah, that was a year later, though. That was all a year later.
A year later. Yeah. You had Ryan Garcia.
Right.
Obviously, he ends up losing to Rolly, right?
But
at one point, everybody was saying Derrick James, and for great reason, saying best trainer in boxing. Then all of a sudden, some of your fighters take these losses, and I'm sure you saw it all on social media, like, well, maybe he isn't as good as we think he is. Look at all his fighters are losing, and they're leaving him. Did you hear all of that? How did that affect you?
Well, it didn't affect me at all because, they didn't leave me. I mean, Anthony Joshua and I, we had an understanding. We talked about it. Ryan Garcia, we talked about it. It was some, so I don't know what they're talking about. And the other guys I got rid of or You know, it wasn't. See, people really don't understand. You just really don't want a headache all the time. You really don't want. You just got to be able to. You know, you want to be able to help these guys and help these guys be great. If you can't help them, nothing you can do for them. And then I mean, you know, I want them to be great. So if I can't help you, you should go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. What's the future like for Derrick James?
Hey man, it's bright. It's always bright because I'm focused on being better. I'm focused on being great. So I mean, and I'm a teacher. The boxing, the game always needs teachers. You know, and so it's always good. It's great for me.
Will we see Derrick James back training? And obviously you have Alicia, but I'm talking about on the male side, more of these let's call them prominent male fighters again in the Derrick James stable.
Yeah, I think you'll see it. I get calls. I get calls and people hit me up like big guys. People hit me up, whatever. And so it's just like, you just got to be willing to want to go through that. I mean, people, yeah, you got to be willing because it's like you can help a fighter, you can develop a fighter, you can, even on your show,
Mm-hmm.
and you asked Errol about me being the best trainer in boxing, whatever. I remember this, and he said, "Yeah, he made Jamel into a knockout puncher. I developed this power. Whatever, but and so." You do a lot for a lot of fighters, and it's just a game. It's what it is. But I mean, I want to develop fighters. I want to keep building them up and developing them. And like I said, people call me all the time. If you look at my DMs from all over the world, it just depends on hey man, you really want to, you want to be bothered with it or not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any
I know Ryan was
loyalty
a headache. I don't care what nobody says.
in this game, and especially that the fighter to trainer relationship when it boils, is there loyalty?
The loyalty to yourself and the commitment that you have for yourself, right? So that's what I believe. I mean, I don't think that you have to be. I mean, like the loyalty is to yourself, right? The loyalty you have to be is to the commitment you truly have to uphold, the one you make to yourself. So that's what I'll say about that. I don't think that you have to necessarily be. I mean, I don't think you cutting people's throat or lying on people or telling them, whatever. But I think that you can say, listen, I want to do something different. Like, okay, that's cool. I mean, that's why I'm gonna take it because it's like I'm not basing my whole situation off of this or that. I have other businesses and stuff I do in foundation, and so I do stuff. So it's not like I have other things that I do. So it's not like this is my everything. But I think it's the loyalty to the fighter. To answer your question, I mean, I think they have to be able to be loyal to thyself, be true. They should be doing to thyself, be true. Whatever that is, whatever that whatever's gonna take them to get to where they want to be.
Derrick, do you think you and Errol Spence Jr. can ever mend your relationship?
I think anything is possible. I'm not saying that that's what I mean. I think anything is possible. I think that never know. Not saying that's what I'm looking to do, but you never know.
Lastly, one thing I've seen a lot is the Derrick James Foundation.
Right.
It seems like this is something that you really can you tell us about it?
Well, the foundation was, I've been doing like work in the community for like 20 some years or more, ever since I was like really young or whatever, right? But when I started my foundation, because it was something that I think we needed in the community. And, like right now I have 16 kids in college, all on HBCU scholarships. It's the only place my money goes. HBCU scholarships.
I'm a Hampton grad. I love it.
I know that. I have 16 kids, and then I have a mental health endowment for the kids in the community who have issues or whatever. And that's with Children's Medical Center. I have let me see what else is it. We have a middle school, OW Holmes Middle School. We provide food, clothes, like uniforms, whatever they need. We facilitate whatever they need. one of the big things I love to do is we take the kids out to Grambling Prairie football game, right? So they can see themselves out there on the field, see themselves engaging with, that HBCU community, graduate community, alumni community. And so, yeah, I do a lot of that, man. It's just all about the kids because I know that I was one of those kids before. And the funny thing about it is the thing that got me here was me giving back because I had been giving back to the Boys and Girls Club. I grew up there, but I had never given boxing back. And when I decided to give boxing back is when I started training Errol and another kid. And, Errol goes to the Olympics and whatever. So it was just me when I decided to give that back because I'd never given boxing back before. But I'd always give, sponsored programs and trips. But when I initially did that, it was it. It was over. It was like that was what I needed to be doing was giving boxing back because that's why you're talking to me now because of me giving that back. Yeah. So
That's dope, man. Dope.
So and it's good. I have a lot of young fighters, a lot of individuals. I do a lot of kids. One of the big things we're trying to start at it's OWN middle school is we want to start a law program to where because this is law magnet middle school, but we want to start a feeder system to where we go to law magnet high school and we get them. They sponsor on my HBCU scholarship, and we just kind of it's a feeder system for these kids in the inner city kids that maybe possibly become lawyers. So that's what it's all about. That's like the big thing I'm really working on is getting that established to where we can create more attorneys in the in the community and kind of change the whole dynamics.
Let me tell you something. You're one of the best people I know, and without question, one of the best people in the sport.
Shout out to Brian Custer for the dope interview. That was at the end, y'all. Shout out to Derrick James, man. There's a lot of insight. It's gonna be more conversations that's gonna come from that interview. I'm sure of it. I was gonna play the Tim Bradley clip. I'll cover it tomorrow, man. He seems to call Spence a liar based on the stuff that Derrick James is saying in this, but it is what it is. Ultimately, they had a shit ton of success. You can't take it from them. It's nothing that you can say about it, man. He's still gonna be in the game. Good to see Errol coming back. Let's see with Charlo whenever he get back. I'm just hoping that boxing keep moving forward, man. That's all. Shout out to everybody that rocked out. We've been put over 4 hours in, man. It's past 8 o'clock. It's 8:30 on the dot. Appreciate all the love. Shout out to my dog Ann McQueen, man. And any final words for this interview, man? Anything you want to say? Speak on.
Oh man, I thought it was a good interview. It was insightful. I didn't come away feeling like anybody was lying. They all corroborated some of the same things.
Right.
But it just seems like everybody's perspective on why it happened. That's where they seem to vary. But one thing we do know that, the brother was spreading himself incredibly thin. Because they all three of them have said it, basically. And I'll say this. B. Custer is a professional instigator. Oh my goodness. That man knows how to ask the messiest questions, but do it with a smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
And make it seem so innocuous. Like he is fantastic at that.
Right.
He is fantastic at that. But he always does a good job. I love what Derrick James said at the end. You can tell that he's very passionate about that, the community, that type of work, like being I don't know if you would call it like philanthropic, but or like being like an activist, but he seemed to be really, really passionate about that stuff. And I hope that the program that he talked about, as far as getting more kids into law and pushing them in that direction, I hope that comes to pass because he was absolutely right about what he said. That really is the way that we change things. You got to change things from the inside out, not from the outside in. Otherwise, we keep dealing with symptoms and not the causes. So, salute to Derrick James. B. Custer with another banger. Man, this is another dope stream. Hell of a show as always. You ain't gonna find no other channel putting in this type of overtime.
And
You know what I'm saying? So you
not
gotta
without
appreciate the
lying
grind,
to you.
yo.
Man, I appreciate you as well, man. Shout out to my guy, man. You fam, always showing love, man. For the 10 pieces information, showing me he got the go get you gear if needed Saturday. Absolutely, he went and got it, didn't he, Mike? Pop said, "Man, go bananas." See, and bananas he went. Shout out to him, man. They for his good deeds for the community. Kelly O'Kane, shout out to you, fam. Yeah, man, we rock with Derrick James, man. Shout out to Derrick, man. Shout out.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
All right, that supports the grind, super chats, cash apps, everybody that hit that like button and showed up and rocked out. We appreciate y'all, man. It's over 4 hours. We getting the week started, and we gonna be back tomorrow, man. We got a lot more we gonna talk about, man. So it's a bunch more to talk about, and we gonna get to it, man. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Much love, much appreciation, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Peace to the fam.
Representing Brick City,
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just